bobblehead. Justin's, okay, stand by. What? Where's she at? Yeah, that's correct, Justin. The entire roof of this apartment complex of one of the buildings is completely off here. We were told when we were driving in that fire ladders were up to the very top of this floor to assess the damage and to see if anybody needed help getting out. We're being told by the San Antonio Fire Department that thankfully there were no injuries reported here, and the property manager is actively working on trying to move those residents that live in this building somewhere else because it is now closed off. It is structurally not safe for them to go back in yet. We spoke to one resident who lived in that building, but not on the top floor. He said he lived on the second floor, and he said he just heard a loud boom that woke him up and that he was really shaken up, came outside, and that's when he saw the tree that was down next to the building that we can see right here. Miss Ayala, if you could point to the tree, where there's a lot of residents here that are waiting, that were living in this building, have been waiting to see kind of what's next and where they're gonna go. Some have seen come out of the building with their pets and pet carriers, just trying to move out of this area for now. But thankfully, like I said, there is no damage here. I mean, there is no injuries here, sorry. There is damage here, but there are no injuries being reported right now. But it is still an active situation here. I believe Katrina Weber is on the other side of the apartment complex. And Katrina, what are you seeing on your side? Yeah, they've been rolling the entire time, they said.
We were seeing two. One is nearby, just upstream of us where we're at, and I can see it just over the hills, maybe heading towards the Nueces River. But the flow of the Leona River is moving very, very fast. It is moving very quickly. It is also rising, as you could probably see here, just to the off the side of the bridge. We are still seeing a few tree branches. At one point, we saw a few cans, what could have been maybe a deer feeder, and this is still going to continue throughout the next few hours, especially just north of where we're at. The rain is still falling, and all of those creeks and all of those streams are still moving into the area, especially with the river still flowing. We'll continue to keep everyone posted, especially along the river, and we do continue to hear the helicopters right over there looking for anyone, hopefully offshore, but we'll continue to keep everyone posted on what's going out here up in just in Uvalde County, just north of Uvalde along the Leona River. I'm going to send it back to the studio, but we'll continue to keep everyone posted. Meteorologist Shelby Ebertowski, KSAT 12 News.
Thank you so much, Shelby. And obviously, we're keeping you guys up to date with the latest minute-by-minute information. And we appreciate everyone out there who's using KSAT Connect to send in your pictures, whether that be through the Weather Authority app or directly through our website. Now, obviously, we're getting some videos coming in of live action of that tornado when it touched down. We have damage from the Palladium parking lot. I want to click in on this video right here. I think his name is Harini, driving to work by the rim. Check this out. Watch this. Massive explosion right there. So that's when a tornado was going across. It was hitting power lines, and he caught it right up close and personal. Another one right there. So again, if you want to pull it back a little bit, you'll see exactly the twist that is happening when it goes off and the flames kind of curve around the tornado that is on the ground right there. So again, thank you so much for this video. Hopefully nobody made it or injured while they were on the roadways, because again, that was, I can only imagine, an alarming sight to see while you're driving and seeing this kind of damage being done while you're out and about trying to get to work. So again, we're looking at that. We're following all of the pictures and images that you're sending us in. And obviously we're also checking whether or not you're waking up without lights or not. Okay, so we have 41 active outages at this time. Just over 5,000 total customers are affected. And when I turn on the weather radar, you can kind of see that most of the areas happening is in central to northern, northwestern San Antonio and Bexar County area, and it does appear to be weather related. So hopefully we'll get some type of restoration update as far as when that'll come through, but we'll keep you updated. Again, send your KSAT Connect pictures in as soon as you can figure out a way to take them safely. Connect to us. It's very simple to do so, a Weather Authority app, and also KSAT.com.
Thank you, Daphne. I know those videos we're getting a lot from viewers. Pretty scary stuff out there. Just glad we don't have a big report of injuries right now. It's just a lot of damage.
Also getting some reports from our folks out there at Six Flags Fiesta, Texas. Their spokesperson, Kyle Pettis, talked to him a little while or so ago, and he said that they will be closed today, that they went ahead, they checked their rides, their attractions. As of right now, it does not appear as they have any sort of major structural damage there, but out of the safety to not only the guests there and the people that might be headed out to Six Flags and also their employees as well, they will be closed as they try to continue to restore power out there in the northwest side. Checked in with some folks with the Spurs, the Rocket La Cantera. They say that for the most part, they're not seeing too much damage out there, but obviously look at this video that we're seeing at this moment. This was a scary, scary situation for a lot of folks out there by the Rim and La Cantera.
Yes, you could see the debris just in the air as you see that tornado there. That's some video that we were looking at earlier this morning. A very scary situation there. And then we checked in. If you're just joining us now, we've been checking in with Erica Hernandez, who is at an apartment complex at the rim, not too far from where all this is happening. It just literally pulled off the roof off that apartment complex, and a bunch of debris, bunch of trees uprooted in that area.
All right, so let's get the very latest right now. Weather Authority meteorologist Justin Horn working with Leo Rodriguez right here in the studio for us for the very latest. Justin, what are we looking at out there right now?
Well, let's reset a little bit and take a step back. So what you're looking at, that video there, if you're just joining us, was from nearly an hour ago where we had a tornado on the ground. It developed very quickly here in northern Bexar County, right around 1604 and I-10, worked its way near Six Flags, near the rim, and up towards the Dominion area. That obviously is resulting in some damage, which we're reporting on this morning. The other part to all this, as you heard Shelby say, some flooding, that it really is starting to get worse out west. So this is the radar. We've got rain, heavy rain on the east side of San Antonio, heavy rain around Boerne, still heavy rain around the hill country, northern parts of Medina County, northern parts of Uvalde County. But let's talk about Uvalde. Now, it is not raining there at the moment, but you heard Shelby talk about Highway 83 and Leona Creek. Let me show you where Leona Creek is. It actually sort of surrounds the city and it runs on the west side of the city right here. This can flood, has before, historically has before, and some of this water is going to continue to feed into here. We know the Nueces is just down the way, and we know that the West Nueces was at major flood stage earlier. Again, it's not raining now, but that does not mean the flood threat is not there, as Shelby pointed out. Now, we're going to continue to get more rain into these watersheds. My concern also lies with the Frio because it has been raining nonstop, and we're still getting rain around Concan. It has been reported that most of the roads here around Concan are closed. This is where you're going to have some of these curvy roads that tend to follow the river, and you have these low water crossings that likely are underwater. Case in point, right here, 127, which crosses over in Concan. My guess is that there is some major flooding going on there right now. So please do be so very careful if you're in the hill country. We know how quickly these rivers and creeks can rise. And, you know, around Utopia, we're seeing heavy rain, still some heavy rain around Tarpley, an area that saw very heavy rain yesterday, northwestern Medina County. And the heaviest of the storms we have right now is around Boerne. Still quite a few lightning strikes here. In fact, we can turn on the lightning counter. Now, I will tell you, I think this has weakened just within the last 30 minutes or so, but still detecting 54 strikes. So this is electrical as it moves to the city of Boerne and likely dealing with some street flooding there. Now, what about San Antonio? We are starting to see some rain approach from the west. This is generally light rain, but we are seeing some lift that's sort of rotating in. So it is not impossible that we could get some additional development here across San Antonio. We are still seeing some very heavy rain on the city's east side, and this is actually kind of back building to the west. So that's concerning as well. But as we look at where some of the heavy rain is right now, China Grove, between Martinez and China Grove, very heavy rain there. I'm going to pause this so we can get in on some of the streets. And then as you get towards the Converse area, this is near 1604, where it crosses I-10 and where you go north. Converse is here. We're seeing some very heavy rain along 1604 on the far east side. Randolph Air Force Base, of course, right here. Heavy rain there. Universal City. And then right around Live Oak, Selma, 1604, I-35 interchange. This is also an area that has a lot of construction. We know that that can contribute to more flooding. And then further north you go, Rolling Oaks Mall, here along 1604, seeing some heavy rain. Now, as I said, this is sort of back building now. So for those of you in Stone Oak, for those of you in Hollywood Park, we're starting to see some of the heavy rain actually shift back to the west a little bit. We'll see if this sort of builds in across the rest of San Antonio. So far, the city of San Antonio has really escaped major flooding issues. And I still think the biggest issues are going to be west of town, but we do still need to watch for street flooding and for the issues that we have here. Now, I'm going to apologize because I did not hear what my producer said. Who are we going to now? Okay, let's go to Patty Santos, who I believe is also out and about here in San Antonio, and check in with what she's seeing there. Patty, what's the latest where you are?
So it just started raining pretty hard here. We're at the Palladium, and you can see some of the trees that have been pulled away from that side. It looks like this is in this direction. This is where that wind kind of pushed things through. That's also where we're seeing some emergency responders over there. We saw a huge geyser. It looked like SAWS is here to repair possibly a pipe, a water pipe that got pulled up, because when we pulled up, there was a huge geyser that was just flushing water all over the air. There are signs knocked over, and here, this is what you want to see, the Palladium right here. You can see some of the damage to the front, to the awning there, and it looks like they've already put some yellow tape in the front. Some of the crews are coming in to help and maybe clean it up. I think somebody said they might have movies later. I don't think they're going to be open today. We're also seeing a lot of people coming in just to kind of take pictures. This is one of the most impressive things that we've seen. Look at how huge this tree is, and it was just ripped out. A lot of that is what we're seeing along these trees, even bigger than this, that we're seeing that were kind of pushed in this direction as that storm moved through. We're starting to already see some city crews, I think, coming in to pick up some of these trees here. They work pretty quickly on this already. We're gonna take another drive around here and show you what else we're seeing. Hopefully we're gonna get a little closer. Again, this is a very fluid situation, so we're giving crews some space here for them to work and make sure that that building is safe. We'll send it back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Patty. And again, we're just still looking at some of the damage that have come in. And I'm telling you, it's kind of keeping us in a shocked perspective, because some of you were actually driving in a very dangerous situation. Again, just going through some of the videos that you have sent in. We have images that were sent in from the Palladium where Patty Santos was at, close up as far as what's going on. We have a video coming in from one viewer, and again, is showing just how the tornado was crossing through. And you can see kind of how it's hitting the power lines in this particular image as well. But if you scroll on down, again, this one right here, I believe is this particular image, right? Yes, if you missed us earlier, this is the video that is very shocking to me, because this particular gentleman, I think his name is Harini, he was up close and personal to this particular incident where the tornado is actively crossing through the power line. So if you do see anything damage at this point, we're trying to check the damage so we can make sure weather authority team and the National Weather Service will be able to have everything that they need to investigate the path of this tornado, the damage that is caused. We have something just came in right here from a viewer by the name of Sue. This is from the northwest side. You can see this tree has been uprooted. So yeah, a lot of damage out there, a lot of situations where people were recording the videos of the tornado coming through. If you have that, send it in, ksatconnect.com. And obviously we're keeping an eye on your power outages as well. Still sitting at 41 active outages, just over 5,000 people impacted at this time. So I believe I'm going to pass it over to RJ. Again, this is just a shocking experience that we were first coming in expecting a lot of rain, and then we have a lot of activity now.
Yeah, Japhanie, definitely. And of course, we want to make sure that all of our folks out there are safe and sound, especially out here by 10. You take a look at there. That's UTSA Boulevard over by La Cantera Parkway as well, where earlier there were reports of some potential debris coming off of buildings out there in that entire stretch of 10. But it looks like traffic over there is starting to move along. So we're checking with TxDOT right now, checking with some of their spokespeople there to see what is the very latest when it comes to any sort of response that they have had throughout the rest of the morning. But 1604 Bulverde, we have a major crash that was being reported there on the far north side of town. Also have a major crash being reported right now at 10 at Graytown. And that would make sense because, as Justin just mentioned, we're seeing now some of these storms make their way through parts of eastern Bexar County, through the northeast side of town. There's a shot there at 281 in Hildebrand, and another shot there at the San Antonio International Airport. But again, 10 at Graytown out there in the eastern parts of our viewing area. Also, La Cantera Parkway looks like it is back open and moving along after a couple of crashes there in the aftermath of some of this reported tornado touching down there as well. And also 90 at Couples Road, that has cleared out, but still we're keeping an eye on the creeks there as well. Leon Creek, Salado Creek. Just be careful if you're about to step outside this morning because it's been very busy.
Yes, it has. Thank you, RJ. I think we're going to go ahead and check in with Justin again as, this rain continues.
It does. Now, I will tell you, there's a large portion of San Antonio that is not seeing rain right now, but we are noticing here on the northeast side an increase in activity and some very heavy rain right around the city of Kirby. We are now getting some pretty high reflectivity here, right where 35 meets 410, and within the city of Kirby, just north or northwest of Wagner High School. And I'll zoom in a little bit closer here. So right along Seguin Road, FM 78 is where we are getting some just torrential rainfall. This has been the theme, right? Other than, of course, the tornadic activity that we saw a little bit earlier, which has also come with some of these bigger and heftier storms. Now, let me be very clear. There are no tornado warnings right now. We do not have any severe thunderstorm warnings. Most of this is just very heavy rain. But we do undoubtedly have some shear in the atmosphere to help create some of these little spin-ups, because we saw one yesterday, we've seen one today. So the threat is not, it's not impossible for us to get one of these spin-ups, but we do not have any warnings at the moment. And we've just had that one spin-up this morning, which ended up being a tornado near the rim. If you're along 281, we do have a pretty heavy rain stretching from Hollywood Park up to Johnson High School. And now this is starting to build a little bit further west, and that is actually building, and we're starting to see some development around the rim. So I want to make sure my friends and my colleagues who are out there at the rim are aware that rain is going to be headed in your direction here soon. And let's check in actually with someone else who's at the rim. That is meteorologist Sarah Spivey. And I believe she's at one of the apartment complexes there, if I'm not mistaken. Sarah, what's going on where you are?
Justin, I grew up in this area, and the rim, there is just countless damage here in the rim as we're driving through, including here at the Tribute Apartments. And you can just see the trees have been ripped up. That lighting post and that sign there out in the front has been ripped up. You can actually see the concrete there. I'm not going to cross the barrier, but you can see that the concrete's been lifted up there. And then what's really scary is we were talking to some of the people here. The scaffolding, this area is obviously under construction. The scaffolding has been damaged, and somebody said, thank goodness the workers were not on the scaffolding at the time of the tornado. Again, this happened right around 8 o'clock this morning, so there was nobody up there, but that scaffolding has definitely been damaged. You just see damage everywhere you look. I mean, look your left here. Look at all of these trees along the line here in front of the stoneworks. That's where we're at. We're near the Marshalls, Saks Avenue, the Rack. That's kind of where we're at right now. And then another thing I want to show you here is evidence that a tornado has moved through, in my opinion, is that you can see just how much this tree has been ripped up from its roots. This is incredible damage. I mean, we've already got people out here working to clean up the damage. We've got pieces of scrap metal here lifted up as well. And again, this tree was not in a bad state, okay? It was a healthy tree, completely ripped up from its roots. So the rim, this is gonna take a long time for people to fix everything going on at the rim. We've seen a ton of damage at the Palladium. The Marshalls windows were blown out. We're hopeful to get you some more visuals of just how damaging this tornado was here in a bit, but I'm kind of at a loss for words here. This is where I grew up. I came to the rim all the time from high school onwards. This is going to be a long cleanup for people. So reporting live from near the Lupe Tortilla and Tribute Apartments at the rim, I'm meteorologist Sarah Spivey.
Sarah, thank you so much. And that is, she's just showing you there just how much damage has occurred due to that tornado. And I do want to let Sarah know and my colleagues there that are at the rim that there is some developing showers, maybe not heavy thunderstorms, but some developing downpours here starting to move closer to the rim. So do be careful there. Hopefully we don't get any lightning strikes, but I want to keep them abreast of the situation. Meantime, again, this heavy rain that is developed here on the city's north side is also showing few signs of letting up. We've seen it lift to the north, but slowly, and we continue to see these pockets of really heavy rain and some training now. So we had one batch of very heavy rain move through Schertz, Selma up to Garden Ridge, and guess what? We have another heavy batch just south of that that is appearing to move in these same areas. So please do be aware that there will be street flooding in this area. Let's see if they've issued any sort of flood, and they did. And I figured they would. Flash flood warning now. That's going to go for Bexar, Guadalupe until 2 p.m. So several more hours because of this heavy rain here. And that does include also Seguin, which had some heavy rain earlier. So we're starting to see perhaps a little bit of street flooding there. Interestingly, most of San Antonio is not seeing much at the moment. If you're watching from downtown, south side, it is actually quiet. We do have some rain approaching from the west, and this little low that's been behind all of this heavy rain appears to be drifting west or east, actually I should say a little bit. So it's possible that we could get some more development here around San Antonio as the day wears on, but this is something that we will watch. For the moment, though, it is fairly quiet for most of San Antonio, with the exception being the northeast side. And then as you get up towards Bernie, we also have very heavy thunderstorms that continue to train. What I'd like to do very quickly is look at the rainfall over the last, let's do 6 hours here. So if you've been joining us since early this morning on GMSA, we've been covering this. Let's pause this actually. And I want to show you what we're looking at rainfall-wise over the last 6 hours. And you see kind of the pockets, these bullseyes, and this is what we were sort of trying to explain yesterday, is it really is going to depend on where some of these bullseyes set up, and it's hard to know. These models do not handle this situation well. But we're seeing the bullseye here on the northeast side, Bernie area. We saw another big storm that was potentially tornadic earlier this morning across parts of North Frio County that moved into Medina County, put down a ton of rain. And then we also had a ton of rain out west from Concan out to northeast of Brackenville. And this is one of the reasons that we saw the Nueces River really rise. But these are the bullseyes that we're talking about, and these are what can result in flooding. So let's look at some specific numbers to give you some perspective. They're on the northeast side around the Schertz area. 3 inches. That again is just within the last 6 hours. This does not include yesterday's rainfall. Just within the last several hours in Bernie, 4 inches. Around the rim where we saw the tornado and that heavy thunderstorm, 2 inches. So on top of the tornado, you were also dealing with flooding. Out in Medina County, estimates of 2 inches. Again, this is just this morning. So you add that to the totals, and what we can do here is put the 5-day rainfall total on here, and you get nothing short of astounding numbers. So I want to turn the warnings off to reduce some of the clutter here. But you're talking perhaps 7-8 inches on the northeast side of town. Now borderline 5 inches on the northeast side, all said and done. And then the huge, huge totals across parts of Uvalde and Kinney County, where we're upwards of 15 inches over the last 3 days. And this is all funneling in to our rivers. I want to show you the futurecast here. We haven't really got to get into this much because we've been doing a lot of what we call nowcasting, what's happening right now. But I do want to look a little bit into the future. And this continues to show storms over San Antonio before we lose some of that this afternoon. Now, again, these models have really, really struggled with this pattern. Is that the way it'll play out exactly? Maybe not, but I think it gives us a general idea. Forecast for today, we're going to keep good chances of rain and thunderstorms in the forecast through at least midday. Temperatures obviously kept down because of the rainfall. And, okay, river flood warnings. This is the other thing I wanted to get to, and we may need to update these numbers, but the Nueces, as of right now, minor flood stage, but do know the West Nueces was at major flood stage. Frio River, minor flood, but this is rising. All these rivers are rising and could move to moderate flood stage. Sabinal was at moderate flood stage as of this morning. These numbers again could be going up, and we know the Medina River also minor flood stage there in South San Antonio, and this is from rain that fell earlier upstream. That's the other part of this, is you cannot let your guard down if you're downstream, Derby, or you're in Carrizo Springs, Crystal City. Rain from the Nueces River and that rise will move in your direction. So these are the other things that we are concerned with this morning, and I want to make sure we get you your extended forecast and tell you a bit of good news if you're waterlogged, is that the rain will come to an end. We think by Friday, weekend much drier, temperatures in the 90s, and things quiet down. But in the short term, prepare for flooding. We've got more of it on the way, guys.
All right, Justin, and again, we have all our crews pretty much all on the northwest side of town where a tornado touched down earlier. We have Katrina Weber out there at an apartment complex, Sarah Spivey at a different apartment complex, kind of like inside the rim, close to some of those shopping areas. We also have Erica Hernandez out there. And also, Madeline Lambert has been out, but I believe she's in the Hondo area.
That's right. So we'll check in with Madeline here in just a bit. Real quick, bearflood.org now reporting 26 closures, a lot of those over on the northwest side of town, closer to parts of Scenic Oaks there as well. So let's check in with Maddie right now as she is out there in the western parts of our viewing area. Maddie, what can you tell us?
Hot. Hey, RJ, Stephanie. Now we are in Uvalde. We were traveling up US Highway 90 West, and we are seeing some active police present over here, but it's been pretty quiet over here in Uvalde. The rain has stopped actually, and there's just been pockets of little floods on the roadways here in Uvalde. But really, in the next 30 minutes, we're expected to hear from Uvalde officials. They're having a press conference to talk about the water rescues that they've seen over the past 24 hours. Now, it's quiet here now, but that was not the case about 24 hours ago. They've seen a lot of flooding and a lot of road closures here about 24 hours ago. Now, just this morning before 5:30, we asked Uvalde police officials how many water rescues they've seen, and this morning they told us that there were at least 24 water rescues that they've seen with no deaths reported and no serious injuries reported. Now, that was as of 8 p.m. last night. So we're expected to get an update at this press conference here, and of course we're going to be live streaming that on KSAT Plus. But also, as we were driving up here, I want to show you this video that we have. As we were driving on Highway 90, we saw two 18-wheelers that appeared to have slid off the highway due to the slippery road conditions. Now you can see that in the video right there that I recorded. An 18-wheeler appeared to have veered off Highway 90. It seemed that everyone was okay. We tried to look to make sure people were walking around. There was officials out there, but I mean, it just proves the road conditions are still very wet, very slippery over here in Uvalde. While the rain did stop for now, please be careful if you are out on the roads. It's pretty quiet right here in Uvalde. We're about to head into the Civic Center here to attend this press conference. Like I said, we're going to be taking it live on KSAT Plus, and I'm sure we'll jump in on air as well. So stay with us. And of course, I know Shelby is out probably near Concan. We're going to go ahead and check in with her to see how she's doing. Hey, Shelby, how's it going?
Hey, Maddie, good morning. We've been out in Uvalde and Medina County since Monday evening. Me and my photojournalist, Ricardo, we've been talking to people about the rain. Yesterday, it was closer to Sabinal, and it's still in eastern Uvalde County. We know there's a lot going on here in the city of San Antonio, so don't worry, we'll get everyone back there. But I want to talk about just what's going on, especially in Uvalde. We're talking about just the Nueces River, but also behind me. This is the Leona River. I'm going to step away so we can really show you the speed and the length and really how quickly this river is continuing to move. About just less than a mile north of where we're currently located, there are multiple boats, there are multiple first responders, and in fact, we do still see a few helicopters going in this air and really surveying the area because they have gotten reports of people in the water, people needing rescuing. We don't know how credible it is. We have also heard from other people in the area that on their rain gauges, they've gotten just in this area 12 inches of rain just today alone. Now, we'll refer back to the KSAT Weather Authority team back in the studio for the radar indications, but everyone over here, especially in the neighborhood just to the right of me, are safe. They are on higher ground away from the water, but we are watching, especially over the next little while, the creeks and the streams and the fact that it is still heavy raining just to the north of where we're located. And all that water is going to go through the Leona River and the Nueces. And this is already on a ground that is very, very saturated. So we're going to continue to keep everyone posted, especially here along the Leona River with those helicopters continuing to survey to keep an eye on people. I'm going to send it back to studio for now, but don't worry, we'll have that full team coverage here in Uvalde County, Medina County, and most importantly in Bexar County with that reported tornado. But I'm going to send it back to you guys back in studio. Live from Uvalde County, meteorologist Shelby Ebertowski, KSAT 12 News.
All right, thank you very much for that, Shelby. And we just checked in with TxDOT right now. They tell us that they have some extra crews out there that are surveying some of the reported damage. They're not seeing too much debris on some of the major highways right now, but again, those hero crews are out there. They say that Salado Creek, Leon Creek, those are completely shut down right now for the time being, and they will continue to monitor the situation out on the highways.
Yes, and we still have a lot of our crews out in Northwest Bexar County. We're going to go ahead and check in with Katrina Weber. Last we checked with her, she was on the backside of an apartment complex where Erica was, off of UTSA Boulevard, of course, Northwest Bexar County. Katrina, what is the latest?
Yeah, we had a chance to walk around this complex, and the damage here is astounding. Now, we can't even see the roof that blew up, but we can definitely see the debris here everywhere you look. Trees down. We have the cover ripped off of an outdoor gym that they have. Look at this carport over here, just reduced to looking like a tuna can, basically. And then over here, you can see in this field where all of the roofing material landed. Now, all among this this debris, we also see some personal items. I've seen some clothing and some things like that. And you can see how the wind and the force of this tornado just wrapped this aluminum around this pole. But as I mentioned, there's some personal items. You've heard the one about the dog eating your homework. Well, it looks like the tornado carried away someone's biology homework. That's just among the items that blew apparently out of those apartments. The good news is no one was hurt. As far as we know, we haven't heard of any injuries here. I also saw some people who were on the highway who were impacted by the debris that was floating around, but no injuries there. A lot of damage and a lot of cleanup yet to come. Reporting live on the Northwest Side, Katrina Weber, KSAT 12 News.
All right, thank you, Katrina. Very interesting perspective there out in the field that she's taken.
Definitely, and we have Jaffney, of course, still with us here in the studio, checking on things on KSAT Connect as well. And Jaff, we've been getting a lot of really just wild videos and some pictures as well. So go ahead and give us an update on what we're getting on KSAT Connect.
Yeah, talk about an interesting perspective. Okay, so we had Sue send us these images. I'm assuming this is from her yard. A tree uprooted and moved onto the side, but she also sent in another version of it. But also, I want to get to this right here. We were talking about Bass Pro Shop earlier, and we were talking about how you can actually see the debris coming up and moving as the tornado is coming through. You see all those little black specks right there. Let me start it all over so you can see it one more time. All the black specks that are flying in the air right there. That right there apparently is the roof of the Bass Pro Shop. So yeah, no, this is some extreme video that we're getting in, and we're still getting a lot of damages coming in. Here's another one. This was coming in from Elizabeth. She just sent this in 27 seconds ago. A really good detailed view of what that tornado is looking like or looked like. Again, this is something that has happened. It's not a current situation, so do not be alarmed at this time. But we are now in the aftermath view of what's happened and what took place. Just another reminder, we have gone up. We had 41 about 5-10 minutes ago. Now we're at 43 outages. 5,160 people are dealing with blackouts right now, and most of them, I'm assuming, are weather related. If we turn the loop on this, you'll see how the rain has moved over and see where most of those spots have been impacted. But again, if you guys are out and about, if you're on your way to work, if you're trying to cover any kind of situation, we don't want you to get out and get in a dangerous situation. But if you can send us a picture from a safe perspective, for example, James just sent this in from Pipe Creek. Yeah, this is an image that we would love to see. Send it into our KSAT Connect. You can go to ksat.com, upload it through there, our Weather Authority page, upload it through there. But stay in touch with us so that we can give that perspective to anyone out that needs to get out if you just have to get out in these kind of conditions. RJ, Steph?
All right, thank you very much for that, Jaff. And of course, we want you to do that safely and securely. You could send some of those videos and those photos over to KSAT Connect.
And of course, we are getting a lot of videos of these apartment complexes that were damaged over there by UTSA Boulevard. We checked in with Katrina just a little while ago, and Erica Hernandez, we checked with her also earlier in the newscast. And earlier she was at that UTSA Boulevard apartment complex. We saw a big tree down, but we're going to check back with her for any update there at the scene. Good morning, Erica.
Hey, Stephanie and RJ. So the fire department, the fire trucks have left already here in this area. So now they're just assessing damage. But we're now getting a kind of clearer look at the roof damage here on one big building here at the Oasis. This is the 6,000 block of UTSA Boulevard. a lot of this roof has just been blown off here. There is debris in the parking lot. We saw some debris on vehicles when we walked in. I know Katrina talked a little bit while ago that there was debris all around this kind of building, this one building here. We talked to some residents that lived here and were in this building when this tornado apparently went over them, and they tell me they heard a loud boom and the building shake, and then it was over, they said. And then when they came outside and saw all the damage and the tree down, there's a big tree that is right here. I don't know if Misael, you can turn it over this way, where you could see the tree that is down right here. There's a lot of other smaller trees that are down in this area. We do know from the San Antonio Fire Department has told us that there were no injuries here, thankfully. And like I said, the fire department has left already, but there has been several different agencies we've seen drive through in this area, one called Texas Task Force. We see DPS, we see the police department, all assessing now the building. Residents have been told that they cannot go back in for now, and that the property manager is working to relocate them because there is potentially a lot of structural damage to this building. If one of those residents told us that they felt shaking, I'm pretty sure that this whole building, which, I mean, it's a fairly, they tell me, a fairly new apartment complex out here off UTSA Boulevard. A lot of students from UTSA live here. Now they're looking for somewhere to go right now because they cannot get back in to this building. But like I said, thankfully, San Antonio Fire Department has told us there were no injuries here. RJ, Japhanie, Sarah, and Stephanie?
Thank you, Erica. We are all here.
Yes, no, definitely, yes. Team coverage. And earlier we reported that Six Flags Fiesta Texas, they were closed for the day, but just got a message again from their spokesperson that basically said that they are going to honor tickets dated today for any operating day throughout the rest of the 2026 season. Again, no major damage out there at Six Flags, but out of safety to the guests and obviously their employees there as well, they have decided to close the amusement park for today.
Yes, and across I-10, we checked in earlier with our Patty Santos, who was at the Palladium. There she is now. There was a lot of damage there. Doesn't look like they're going to be showing any movies out there, but let's go ahead and get the latest from Patty.
Yeah, we just got a statement from the Palladium folks, and they tell us that they are going to be closed today. I wanted to show you this car. Now, there's no way of telling if this was where this was parked, but it is just kind of stationed here right in the middle. It looks like maybe the wind damaged it and pushed it around, but there is a little bit of damage to the front, and right next to it, obviously, some limbs. So my estimated assumption and my guess here is that the wind, it's a little small Ford Focus, probably pushed it around and moved it around. But follow me right here. We're going to take you into the Palladium. There's already some folks here that are starting to take measurements and try to fix things, but this is what really is drawing a lot of people to this area. They want to take pictures. They want to see what's happening. You can see the awning at the top. You can see some of the debris that fell all over the front, and there's yellow caution tape because they're already trying to work to make some repairs and get everything organized here. But you can see at the top, if Santiago Esparza can push up, you can see that the awning there, the top of that, it's gone. And that's really what the most damage is. It looks like it's just sheetrock and some facade on there, so it doesn't look like it's very heavy material, but it's caused a lot of damage here, and some folks having to come out here to make those repairs. Right over here, the blue awning that covers that, it's also gone. So this is what's happening here. From what I understand, there are no injuries in this area so far, and we are going to continue to follow this and bring you more updates. We're waiting for the spokesperson to tell us when they think maybe the Palladium might be back open again. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you very much for that, Patty. And man, definitely hard to see the Palladium like that. And we know we'll continue to gather some more information out there. That is a very popular spot, obviously, for a lot of folks out there on the far northwest side when it comes to entertainment and movies in general. All right, I refreshed the textile website because this just popped up. This is a crash over by 281, the Hildebrand area, an area that is notorious for these crashes. I have seen over the past maybe couple of months or so, at least 3 to 4 of these these crashes on this one stretch. Basically, this is going to be all of our southbound traffic coming through parts of Hildebrand. This, of course, near the San Antonio Zoo and UIW. And we have seen several different crashes over in this stretch. So this is always a pretty treacherous area, especially when we get some severe weather that makes its way through parts of San Antonio. So that's the situation there. 281 Hildebrand. We did clear out 1604 Bulverde Road, but we still have obviously a ton of wet roads out there. Earlier we had a crash over by I-10 at Graytown, and that was going to be on the eastern part of our viewing area, the east side of town. Looks like we still have a disabled vehicle over by 35 at Rittiman, 410 at Broadway, but it looks like this is going to be the biggest issue at this moment. Be careful. It looks like we have at least a couple of main lanes there closed. 281 south at Hildebrand over by UIW. Justin?
Thanks, sir. And I know that we've got a lot of incredible videos coming in of the tornado there at 1604 and I-10 in the rim area. I'd be interested to see, and I don't want to put any of these businesses on the spot, but I would be interested to see some of their security cameras just to see what it looked like, say, from the Palladium when this tornado came through and some of the instantaneous damage. That's going to be a while. We don't need that right now. But again, that is one of the hardest hit areas right there along the rim. And we're going to check back in with some folks that are there at the rim coming up in just a second. But we do need to get you up to date on what's going on with these storms out across the northeastern part of our viewing area. These are incredibly heavy, and I do think we're continuing to see some street flooding here right around the Schertz area. There's Randolph Air Force Base. You got 1604 right here and FM 78, which some of these lower areas, this is going to result in some street flooding as you travel down FM 78 through Universal City and back out to the east through Schertz and Cibolo, Steele High School, Selma, all areas that are seeing some of this very heavy rain. And I know it does not look like much, but these storms have just been such efficient rain producers. There's so much moisture in the atmosphere that they are squeezing this out. And that's why we've had so many issues with flooding, on top of the fact that it just does not want to seem to quit raining in spots. Case in point, out west. Now, if there is any little bit of good news here, we are seeing an overall decrease in the intensity of the activity here across parts of Uvalde and Medina County. And boy, do they need that to happen, because it has been so persistent and so heavy. Upwards of 15 inches of rain estimated by radar since all of this began. And that has resulted in rivers rising, creeks rising, and just street flooding in general, as Shelby and folks out to the west have been reporting. Now we're starting to get a heavier band within the city of Bandera. Now know this, that the watershed from Medina Lake, which is right here, is just near Bandera. So we're going to get more heavy rain within the watershed of the Medina River and Medina Lake. We've already seen Medina Lake go up. I checked it this morning. It had already risen another few feet. It likely will go up even more. Don't know that it's going to fill up. In fact, it won't fill up, but it has seen some good rises so far this year compared to where it has been. Further east, we have heavy storms around Bernie this morning. These are starting to lighten up just a little bit, but I would imagine there is some street flooding in Bernie, and flash flood warnings are in effect for all of these areas. We've also seen some heavy rain redevelop right along 281 near Bulverde, back down towards Timberwood Park and Johnson High School. As for the rest of San Antonio, interestingly enough, again, it has been fairly quiet, but look at this. We have one little cell that has developed. This is going to work its way through the city, and I would imagine, as I've been saying, this low, which is out to the west, is kind of creeping east now, and it's starting to tap into some energy. So could we see more development here across the San Antonio? I think it's possible. We're going to watch it for you. But I do want to go back out to the rim and check in with meteorologist Sarah Spivey, who gave us a great explanation of just some of the damage that occurred earlier with the tree. Sarah, you're at the Marshalls now. Tell me what's going on there.
All right, well, we
see the damage that this tornado did. First thing I want to show you is look inside of this building. We will not go inside because we do not want to risk the roof collapsing, but look what happened. The interior of this building collapsed. To me, this shows the strength of a tornado. You know, when you get those tornadoes, you get some sucking air. This sucked out and blew down part of the interior wall of this Marshalls. You can see the damage to the roof, the shingles there, interior shingles there down. And then take a look at the sign, okay? Take a look at the Marshall sign. You can see that it ripped off part of the blue of the M. There are debris of the blue of the M on the ground, and then the H is completely ripped off. And you have to go all the way over here to see where that H is. We've got damaged trees down everywhere you look, pieces of the sign fall. And then here is the H. It is mangled, it is torn, it is mixed up with this shopping cart. Of course, we're being very safe out here watching where we walk, because everywhere you walk around the rim, you find nails, shingles, damage. We've been talking to workers out here who've never seen something like this before. Estimations from some of the workers are that it's going to take at least a couple of weeks to see these things completely fixed up and the rim getting back to what it was. So again, the damage here is substantial. A lot of us have shopped at this Marshalls at the rim. It's right next to, the Saks Fifth Avenue, the Nordstrom Rack. A lot of people starting to come into work as work has started for these folks. They open right around 10 o'clock, and so they're just now starting to see the damage here. Substantial damage from the confirmed tornado that we've seen out here. Of course, just a reminder that in order to determine if this was an EF1 tornado, EF2 tornado, EF0 tornado, the National Weather Service has to come out here to the rim, survey the damage, estimate the winds, and then they will give a track and a rating of the tornado. It's the enhanced Fujita scale. I'm sure you'll hear us talk about it a lot more on air, but I mean, this kind of damage is staggering. I have not seen this kind of damage in San Antonio from a tornado in quite some time. So reporting live from the rim, I'm meteorologist Sarah Spivey.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sarah. Definitely some terrifying video right there. And we have more videos that are coming in. You guys are doing a great job with connecting with our KSAT Connect, sending us exactly what you saw. Now, I want to give some love to Gloria Garcia here. She says, our house on Johns Road in Bernie, we are underwater and our street has been closed. You see, it almost looks like a little pond is right there in front of her front yard here. And there's another shot of it right here, another picture of her yard. We have another person coming in, Hunter Gene Landis. He sent us this. This one right here is River Road and Herf and Bernie. He's kind of showing how the water is kind of creeping up right there as they're trying to make their way. Woof, look at that. Through all this flooded area right here. So obviously, you know the rule, turn around, don't drown. But that right there is a concerning sight to see. Thank you so much for sending that in. And of course, if you are sending it in, make sure you do it safely. If you're in the passenger seat and if you're on the roadways like Mr. Hunter here, that's when you record if you want to send us some type of video of something. Again, if you go to KSAT Connect, you can hit upload. And I keep on hitting refresh. And you guys are still bringing in new video. This is another shot of that tornado right there coming in from Tyson J. He sent that in about 8 minutes ago with prayer hands. So yes, a terrifying sight to wake up to this morning. It was something that we were obviously looking into the flooding aspect of it, but this little guy just popped up and has caused a lot of damage, including to some of our power outages here. Now we've gone down from 44 power outages to an active 41 power outages, 4,406 customers affected. So we have seen some type of restoration taking place. So hopefully if you are in the dark right now, just be a little patient while they're working through any of the damage, any of the destruction, and hopefully your lights will be back on soon. RJ, Steph, it's a lot of stuff coming in and we're still staying up to date with it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Jeff. And one thing to note, obviously, for all of our folks that live out in that part over by the rim, there's a lot of apartment complexes that are under construction, a lot of subdivisions also that are under construction there as well. And some of those apartments over by the main campus at UTSA. So definitely you mix in the construction that's taking place there with the amount of severe weather that we saw, and that's likely going to be causing a lot of what we're seeing out there.
Yes, and if you were with us earlier, you probably saw some of the damage that our Sarah Spivey was showing us at the rim, some of the shops there. She was pointing out Marshalls. You can see a big chunk of the sign just fell. Trees uprooted. I've never seen damage in that area like that before. She really put it into perspective. It was a lot of damage, and so it kind of makes you a little thankful. Of course, we don't want damage, but that it happened when it did and not right now because those shops normally open about 10 a.m. So there would have been more workers there or also, shoppers. So thankfully right now we don't have any reports of any injuries, but I know the roadways are a little crazy as well.
They are. Let's check out our TransGuide traffic cameras right now because a couple different things that we've seen pop up. And one of the biggest things that we're going to see at this moment is going to be actually over by UIW. There's a shot, 410 Broadway, stalled vehicle there. But 281, there we go. We have this major crash on the southbound lanes of 281. It has blocked at least a couple of the main lanes there for many of our drivers, again, headed over towards the UIW area. 10 at La Cantera Parkway, where we mentioned, so obviously this is where this tornado reportedly kind of swept through this entire area, and we're seeing some of this traffic make its way through there as we continue to get back on the rotating shot. I'm going to go ahead and update our TxDOT website right now and kind of get us the very latest information when it comes to our traffic. Looks like we have yet another crash now being reported 35 north at this is going to be Walsham over on the east and northeast side, 35 north at Wiedner. So it now looks like a lot of our activity in terms of some of our traffic is going to be sort of making its way over to parts of the east side of town. I'm looking at the Walsham camera and looking at the Wiedner Road camera to kind of give us an idea. It looks like that crash over in Wiedner Road may actually be a full shutdown of the northbound lanes of 35. So we'll try and get eyes on that situation there right now. But as we mentioned earlier, got off the phone with some folks at TxDOT. They say that they have some extra crews out right now just surveying the area specifically over by 1604 La Cantera Parkway, Camp Bullis, and the Dominion to see what else we might be seeing on the roadways this morning. But very busy, obviously, for a lot of folks. Definitely stay safe out there.
Yeah, you can see some of the cameras there. There's still rain out there, so we're going to go ahead and check back with Justin.
Okay, so I'm sure there's going to be some people asking why. Why did we see a tornado today? Well, here's one of the reasons why I think we had some of the activity we had earlier. What we're watching out here, you can almost kind of see a little swirl. So we have a little area of low pressure. This is why we've been seeing so much rain out to the west. With this, you have counterclockwise spin, right? That is in the middle part of the atmosphere. But also, you have good flow coming in from the Gulf. So you have winds turning in different directions here. And there was the right amount of shear with some of these heavier thunderstorms that we got these spin-ups. We saw that yesterday. And we saw it again today. Now, typically in this kind of atmosphere, these spin-ups that you get are rather weak tornadoes, but in this case, does it matter? No. You saw the damage that Sarah pointed out. Even a weak tornado can do that kind of damage and can be very dangerous. So I think that's one of the reasons that we dealt with these spin-ups in that tornado specifically. And we're still dealing with heavy rain. Now, I will tell you, I'm encouraged by the fact that just over the last 30 minutes or so, it looks as though in a very general sense, we're seeing a decrease in activity here across the area. That's not to say we won't still see flooding, and we most certainly will. But maybe that the rain rates die down just a little bit. I love that Japhanie showed that video out of Bernie. It confirms what I suspected with this heavy rain that we saw over the last hour, that there is street flooding underway in Bernie and a dangerous situation in spots. But anywhere you see this red and orange color, Fair Oaks Ranch, Scenic Oaks, which is an area that saw heavy rain earlier, this is where you run the risk of seeing street flooding. Up around Bulverde, same story. And then with the training that we continue to see on the far east side, so 1604 here, Interstate 10, and then you got I-35, so Selma, Schertz, although it is dying down a little bit. And then as you look at the middle part or center of our city, there's actually not much going on. We do have one little cell here that's moving over Mitchell Lake and will work its way towards downtown. Now, as that low gets a little bit closer, again, we may see some additional development of spotty downpours, but I don't know that we're going to see just the really brutal heavy rain that we were looking at a little bit earlier this morning. Next thing we have to address is what's going on out west. Still some heavy rain, but things appear to be quieting down here too. Although, as I say that, look what happened right around Sabinal. More storms developing. And when I tell you this stuff just does not want to quit, it is nothing short of impressive. Look at this. Another little cell here with some heavy rain. And it's sometimes, and I was telling someone this yesterday, these lows, these little lows that spin up and they drift, there's not a lot of upper level winds to kind of push these along. Sometimes they'll surprise you and they'll do what they want, and the models don't handle it very well. And I think we've run into that somewhat with this situation. But we're going to get some more development perhaps on the south side of this, and it is worth watching even here in San Antonio. Here's a look at the futurecast, and again, the models aren't going to do great with this, but I think it does show that we may get some additional development even through noontime. Once things, I think we'll see a little bit of a break and then maybe some building of storms once again. All right, let's go back to RJ and Sarah.
All right, thank you very much, Justin.
All right, well, let's go to Maddie. Madeline Lambert is over there where Uvalde City Council getting ready to give an update on what they're doing about the weather.
And barricaded at this time. With rapidly changing weather conditions, we are asking the public to avoid these low water crossings if at all possible. The Uvalde Police Department officials are actively working alongside county, state, and federal officials in the Unified Incident Command System in protecting our citizens. Public works staff in our city continue to assist in monitoring streets and addressing public safety concerns as they arise. Our city manager and I are constantly being updated and are working with our community to ensure the safety of our citizens as we work through this situation. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning, and thank you for being here to get the message out to our residents. As the PIO said, I'm Commissioner Roy Copeland. I represent Precinct 3 of Uvalde County. As of 9 a.m. this morning, we had a total of 25 rescues countywide. As we speak, the river levels are rising due to rains last night, and first responders are actively rescuing in the northern part of Uvalde County. Uvalde County Sheriff's Department is playing a pivotal role in addressing road conditions and rescues at this time. The Uvalde County Emergency Management Center was activated around 7 a.m. yesterday morning. Local, state, and federal law enforcement and other agencies are coordinating in an efficient manner at the Emergency Operations Center to satisfy all the needs, the rescues, and we set up a shelter at the Uvalde Fairplex. We ask the residents who feel they are in danger of becoming victims of flood to call 911 immediately. We want to serve every need. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank y'all for being here. As a state rep, I'd like to say we've had a great partnership. We've got TDM here, we've got DPS here, we've got Texas Parks and Wildlife here. The governor's been on the phone with different people, talked to NIM and so forth. So we've had a great response. But the best thing I can say about with the EOC setup, all of these men working together in partnership to do what needs to be done. They had rescues yesterday, they have some of them going today. We're going to see a little lull today in the rain, but the rain's going to come back tonight, it looks like, with a vengeance again. So I would urge caution. Right now we had that storm setting north of us this morning. So the rivers and lakes, the rivers and the creeks are going to be coming up, and they're going to be coming up again with a vengeance. So we would everybody to use caution. And like Commissioner Coachman said, call 911 if you have a problem with that. But it's been a great partnership with all these men working together, and we're here to keep our citizens safe in our county. So God bless you and thank you.
Just to clarify on the rescues, that was a number as of 9 o'clock this morning. As we're standing here, we are actively rescuing in the northern part of the county. We've had some inquiries from different media outlets. If you'll give us a moment as we reply to those. Again, we are actively in operations, so this press conference will be short. We will update as needed on the Uvalde Police Department Facebook page and on the Uvalde County Emergency Management page. We are done for now, and we will update. I will notify you as conditions change and follow-up interview. Thank you. One more thing. I think that's all.
And I forgot to mention the other partner that we've had is the United States Border Patrol. They've been a tremendous help also. So, like I said, this is local, state, and federal to ensure this worked well for everyone.
Well, if you're just joining us now, we just got an update from Uvalde County officials. They told us that as of 9 a.m. this morning, they have had 25 rescues, but we are told that they are still in the process of going to some rescues right now. Of course, they are addressing all the road conditions right now, and they told us that they've been patrolling since 7 a.m. yesterday morning.
Absolutely, and their main concern right now is going to be in the northern parts of Uvalde County, and they also mentioned that they have set up a shelter there for residents that might be in danger. If you do fear that maybe you might get in sort of contact with some of this flooding that we've seen out there, they're asking everyone to go ahead and call 911. But as Stephanie mentioned, it looks like they have their emergency operations, their management fully operated, Texas DPS, Border Patrol, Texas Parks and Wildlife there. Just kind of looking through their Facebook page right now, which they said they would also give you updates on the police department page and the county page. It seems like their major concern is obviously going to be the Frio River. They say the Frio has risen. Many roads over that. That's going to be the Ranch to Market Road 1050, the bridge there, FM 1120, Elm Creek, which is, I believe, where we saw that high water rescue yesterday morning, and also very low spots along County Road 350. So for all of our folks out there in Uvalde, all the way up to parts of Concan along the Frio River, you can get more information there.
Yeah, and speaking of Concan, our Shelby Ebertowski has been out on the roadways on Uvalde, and now Concan is going to give us the very latest. Shelby.
Yeah, Steph and RJ, good morning. We were actually on our way to Concan, and there was a semi that was blocking the road, and there was flooding issues. And so as we were talking to the DPS and really TxDOT and a bunch of officers out here, they actually closed the road. And so we turned around, but they mentioned the high water rescues just about a mile and a half up the river. We saw the Leona River, and we were seeing it. We were taking some videos, still safely distanced, and we started seeing those boats. And we started seeing more and more boats coming along the road on Highway 38. And then we started hearing the helicopters. So we know for in fact, we have seen a few of the boats come back, but at one point we were seeing the indications that they were actively trying to do a high water rescue, whether it's in the Leona River. We saw some helicopters further out to the west. Maybe it's towards the Nueces River. And we're also getting some of the emergency crews coming back this way as we speak, as we hear the sirens. The road is now closed. They just closed it. We made sure we were still able to be here safely. We are not interfering, but emergency services are now still making their way back as they are actively still doing some search and rescues. The helicopters have been all over, and this is just one area. We are just north of Uvalde, but the last few days, me and Ricardo, my photojournalist, have been in Sabinal. We've been in Concan. We have been all over Medina and Uvalde County. We were seeing the Sabinal River the last few days, and just take a look behind me at the Leona River. It is still risen, and it is still moving throughout the way, and it's still just to the north. We do have some streets and some low water crossings, just like I mentioned a little while just to the north, and it does appear we are seeing a little bit more of the traffic on 38. Once again, we are off the road, and it still should be closed, so we'll double check with that. But there is still heavy flooding and heavy rain, not only here but up towards Concan. So please, if anyone is up there, send any pictures to KSAT Connect. We know there is a lot going on back in San Antonio. We want to make sure San Antonio gets the love too, but some folks up here along the Frio, along the Sabinal, and along really Uvalde and Medina County are still hurting with the devastating flooding of over 12 inches of rain falling in just this area alone. We're going to continue to keep everyone posted. Of course, our Madeline Lambert is at the presser just further down the ways in the city of We're going to continue to keep everyone posted over here as the flooding, but I'm going to send it back to San Antonio into studio as there's still a lot going on with the tornado that apparently had touched down. But for now, along Highway 38, just north of Uvalde, meteorologist Shelby Ebertowski, KSAT 12 News.
All right, Shelby, thank you for that live report. And again, she's close by Uvalde, where they just had a press conference this morning to give us an update. And that's where our Madeline Lambert is also out there. She'll be giving us the latest. But what they told us so far, I guess that stays with us as of 9 a.m. is that they had 25 rescues as of 9 a.m. this morning. But they are in the process of going to more scenes, so that number may change as the day progresses. But still looking at the damage that, started, all the rain that started yesterday.
Right. And as Justin has been saying all morning, Leah Rodriguez also with us this morning. I mean, this has been just torrential rain that has been making its way over through there through the past 36 hours or so. So they did mention an emergency shelter available for residents out there in Uvalde County. That's going to be the Mitchell Uvalde County Fairplex, and that is at 215 Veterans Lane for all of these folks out there. If you feel that you're being affected by this current flooding situation, or if you need some more information on some emergency assistance, if you will, out there, that's going to be the Mitchell Uvalde County Fairplex over there at 215 Veterans Lane.
And then here at home, also a lot of damage in Northwest Bexar County. If you've seen some of the damage, you might have seen it online or here on the air. And we have our Erica Hernandez and Katrina Weber out at an apartment complex off of UTSA Boulevard with a lot of damage. I mean, the roof just torn off.
Yeah.
We also have Patty Santos, who was at the rim at the Palladium. And then our Sarah Spivey was also at the rim, showing us a bunch of damage as well.
Okay, so we will check in with Katrina Weber, as you just mentioned, Steph. She's out there surveying some of the damage over by some of the apartment complexes by UTSA Boulevard. Obviously, a lot of folks waking up to some damage out there and some scary, scary moments. We're going to take a quick break, but we are going wall-to-wall coverage for you as we continue to cover some of the severe weather making its way through parts of the San Antonio area. OG. She's a gangster. Go tell her.
Right?
And welcome back, as we are getting back to you at 10:16 this morning, continuing our wall-to-wall coverage of the severe weather that we've seen not only make its way through parts of Uvalde County, Medina County, but also a tornado reportedly touching down on the northwest side over by the rim at La Cantera.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of scary images so far from the viewers and also from our crews out in the field. Katrina Weber is still live out there on the northwest side. You know, she showed us some trees uprooted and just a lot of damage out there, Katrina.
Yeah, definitely a lot of damage all across this property. The roof came off one building in that tornado, but there is damage everywhere. I want to take a moment from PSA and just show how even though the storm is over, the danger still persists. There's a lot of wood all over this property with nails just sticking out of it. And just a few minutes ago, we had very strong winds come through. They blew some of the corrugated metal that we showed you before that was down, blew it clear across the parking lot. So as people walk around here, they kind of have to look out for those things. But let me show you some of the other damage here. Even if it wasn't still raining, pool day is canceled because this area is just a mess. All of the roofing material, we have boards, again, with nails all over this area. I can see broken windows on this building and the balconies on this other building that was not hit by the tornado. This is where some of that material landed, all on these balconies. Now, let me just show you this. If you look, you'll see what looks like snow. It looks like it's been snowing here. This looks like insulation, and this is everywhere on this property. We've seen cars covered in it, and of course, all across this pool area, there's that insulation, this cotton that landed everywhere. So a lot of mess here and a lot of cleanup that will have to happen, as well as repairing all of the damage that this tornado did cause this morning. Reporting live on the northwest side, Katrina Weber, KSAT 12 News.
Thank you, Katrina, for that live report. Again, she is over on the northwest side, and some of our other crews are also out there as well.
That's right. Let's check in with Patty Santos. She was out at the Palladium, where a pretty unbelievable sight there. A lot of folks make their way out to that particular spot. So let's check in with Patty for the very latest.
Hey guys, so we are looking at the Palladium right over there. We told you that they're going to be closed today, and they're already working to make repairs and to try to reopen as soon as possible. But as we were driving, we saw the blue fin right here. Look at this. Now, this is pretty light aluminum and metal, but look at this. It just kind of created a little circle here and piled all the tables and the lamps and the tent and the chairs right in the middle there. Now, there is a camera outside, and I've asked one of the managers to see if maybe that camera might have captured that, but it is so crazy to see this. Now, like I said, these are small tables. They're not very heavy, but you could just see how it's kind of circled everything around here. You could see part of the aluminum pole here, and then also through there, it broke that window. And so this is kind of the minor damage that we're seeing out at the rim and some of the restaurants. And right back there, you can also see this is the backside of the Bass Pro Shop, and you can see some of the crews are already working to clean up some of the chairs that were thrown about, and also some of the trees. I'm actually hearing some of the chainsaws on the other side of the parking lot, because we saw some San Antonio City crews that were also already starting to pick up some of these limbs. Look at this. This is part of the tree that fell. It's pretty small, but look at how it kind of wound up tangled in between that fence line here. And we're also seeing a lot of people that are driving by. They just want to take a picture. This is not something that we see every day here in the San Antonio area, and so they're very curious to see what a tornado does. Luckily, it doesn't sound like there are any people that were injured in this, so that is a good thing. The people here at the Bluefin, they tell me they're going to be closed today. They don't know when they're going to reopen, but hopefully people come out and visit them when they do, so they can make up for the day. About 14 people work at this restaurant, so they're going to be needing some tips when they do reopen. That's the scene right now. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Patty, for that live report. That's amazing, the damage there at the Bluefin restaurant. I mean, we knew it was going to be bad when we saw some of that damage from the Palladium earlier, which is close by, but that just puts it in perspective. I mean, just those windows broken, the chairs thrown everywhere, and even trees uprooted in that area as well.
And you brought up a great point, Steph, is that obviously all the damage there, pretty significant for a lot of those businesses, a lot of recovery, and obviously restoration efforts ahead, but many of those businesses were not open at the time when this kind of rolled through that area. So let's go ahead and check in right now with Weather Authority meteorologist Leah Rodriguez. She's been with us since the early parts of this morning and working alongside with Justin Horn, bringing us the very latest from our Weather Authority team. Leah, how are we looking?
Yeah, been hanging out here for a while, just kind of behind the scenes right now. I want to show you this radar right now. Our radar is stationed in closer to New Braunfels area, so it's picking up a lot of activity stretching as far as Fredericksburg, Kerrville, closer to Junction, and as north as Burnett, closer to Killeen. And it even is picking up a lot of activity out towards the coast, Wharton, El Campo, closer to Katy as well. So there's a lot of rain across our area right now, but what we're going to focus on is what's going on closer to San Antonio, right? Luckily, it's been quiet closer to the metro area. There's been a lot more activity developing towards the eastern sides of the metro area and Bexar County. We're seeing a lot of development of these cells, and even if you look along 37, you can see a lot of that moving north. So that's what we're going to be watching this afternoon. But earlier this morning when we had that tornado breakout, it was closer to the rim, and there's still some rain around that area. In fact, you kind of see it kind of training, kind of back building a little bit. So areas where closer to Helotes and those areas, they're going to continue to see rain developing through at least the next hour. And then we continue to have rain develop over areas like Bandera and Medina Lake. And I'll actually switch to our radar that's a little bit west so we can see some more development out here. Overall, rain towards western areas is starting to die down just slightly. I mean, earlier this morning we had a lot of those reds and yellows all over the map. Now as we're looking at areas around Concan and Lakey, even closer to areas north of Brackettville, we're starting to see a little bit more green on the map. So that's good to see, seeing that die down a little bit. But let's show you the radar totals over the past 6 hours for us. And I'll go ahead and pause this too so we can kind of get a better idea. But overall, there have been a couple of bullseyes that have been developing this morning that we've been watching. So for areas north of Brackettville, we've seen some bullseyes closer to 7 inches, maybe 6.5 inches as well. And then areas closer to Concan have also seen another bullseye developing around 7.5 inches. And I want to say this. So closer to Concan, or at least with the latest updates, there are no roads that you can go to or leave from Concan right now. That's with the situation that we're in because of just all this water on the road. But if we go back and continue working our way kind of back towards the metro area, we've seen a lot of this rain has just been very slow moving around. And so it's not necessarily now that we have heavy downpours, it's the sense that we are seeing just training, slow moving storms, and where it's rain, you're seeing more rain continuing to fall around those areas. Let's check some of these rain accumulations around Bexar County, and we'll just check over the past 3 hours for us. Those accumulations have not been quite as much as what we've seen out west, because out west has been our main story throughout the afternoon. There's been, throughout the morning, there's been a lot of rain. We're definitely worried about river heights over there, but around the San Antonio and Bexar County area, we've only seen just a little bit of rain. Where we saw that tornado developing closer to La Cantera area and the rim, about 1 3/10 of an inch. Closer to Schertz area, that's where we had the latest bullseye pop up, closer to 5 inches out there. If you're traveling towards 35 towards New Braunfels from San Antonio, not quite as much heavy rain out there as we've seen through the morning hours, but I'll put this radar back in play for us that you can see that a lot of our activity is really starting to move northwards now. And if you look at this over the past hour, here we go. Past hour, you can really see that activity just slowly working its way north, and that's kind of the trend that we're expecting to see, is some of this starting to move north and areas down south of San Antonio starting to dry up just a little bit this afternoon. But we've got a lot of development that we're going to be watching out towards the coast, specifically this whole area, and I'll circle it for you, from areas like Floresville, Pleasanton, Beeville, down to Rockport, that we're watching a lot of activity developing out there as this low pressure system is pulling in all this moisture off of the Gulf. And again, to kind of pinpoint that low pressure for us, you can kind of tell that the center of it would be closer to areas like Uvalde and kind of between Kerrville. There's that low pressure system. And of course, everything spins counterclockwise. And so kind of this portion where I drew the arrow, it's number one, it's dry there because we had seen so much rain there. It's kind of just zapped the environment from there. So now everything north is getting fed off of the Gulf and all the other moisture that's been hanging around that is pulling in and starting to see a lot of rain towards areas like Fredericksburg and Round Rock, Austin and Kerrville. So they're seeing a lot of rain now. So we have to, all morning we've been talking about how a lot of the rain that we've seen for western areas, we're going to be concerned about how that affects areas downstream of rivers. Now that we've got all this rain moving north, now we're going to have to be also checking rain gauges for upstream of rivers as well. So definitely something we'll be keeping track of as we continue to go through the morning hours. But now we're going to check back in with Steph and see what's going on new for her.
All right, and I'll take it from here, Leah. Thank you very much for that. All right, so we do have some developing situations when it comes to traffic. So this is the current traffic situation over on 281 by the quarry, and this is going to be 281 South right there at Bassey Road. Looks like we have a vehicle that spun out on some of the main lanes for some of our southbound drivers right there at Bassey Road and the quarry. So if you're coming down through parts of Jones-Maltsberger, you can kind of see off to the distance there other parts of the city, and this is going to be causing a major backup for all of our folks right now headed down from 410, headed down from the airport, Jones-Maltsberger Road. You could take San Pedro, McCullough. Those are some potential options to try and get around this one entire stretch. We also have another developing situation when it comes to the traffic, and this is going to be over here at 35 at Walsham Road. So again, just checking in with some of our folks over here with TxDOT, and basically they are now advising people, asking people due to the worsening conditions to not travel on any parts of 35 right here at Walsham and Weidner Road. So earlier we had a crash closer to Weidner, closer to Thousand Oaks. Looks like we have another incident closer to Walsham Road, but right now what they're telling me is that they do have water on the main lanes of the highway right here. And you know what? Obviously, a lot of construction taking place here. This is generally going to be an area that we do kind of see flood over here when it comes to some of these heavy rain events. So again, TxDOT right now, they just texted me. They told me that definitely want to try and avoid traveling on any parts of 35 or northbound traffic over by Walsham, closer to Weidner and Thousand Oaks, as that looks like it is still kind of in the process of shutting down due to some of the rain that we're seeing out here in this one stretch. But of course, we're following everything when it comes to your team coverage of this severe weather event. So let's go now to Sarah Spivey. She is going to be out over by the Bass Pro Shops. Earlier, she was at that Marshall's, which is over by the Saks Fifth Avenue. Obviously, a lot of different businesses over by the Rim and obviously over by the La Cantera area. And she's been very busy this morning.
Yes, she has shown us a lot of damages, and we see the damage there right at the Bass Pro Shop as well. Sarah, go ahead and give us an update.
Yeah. Thank you, Steph. Thank you, RJ. Yes, we are at the Bass Pro Shop, and you can see kind of the workers already working to clear some of this damage. There's fences that are completely damaged. There's been a couple of, working vehicles like these tractors that have been overturned. They're actually working to get this fence cleared right now, pulling it with a chain here. A lot of people already working to clean up the rim area. We've been hearing chainsaws. We've been hearing people really working already to clean up this area. If you look at the roof of the Bass Pro Shop, you can actually see that some of the shingles have been ripped off out here. Of course, we've also got signs completely lifted up from their concrete bases. So that is one way that you know that this tornado was particularly strong. Another thing I really want to point out from a meteorological perspective is as I'm walking through the rim, as we're out here, you can really see the different directions that trees and signs have fallen in. One tree goes one way and a sign falls the other way. That's a great way of knowing that this was a tornado. The circulation really showing in the form of which direction all of the trees and the signs are bent. Which ways. You know, we often get straight line wind gusts here in San Antonio. We don't often get tornadoes that are damaging like this at the rim. And so again, you can also see that sign. There's a sign, a maroon sign for this little playground area that's right by the Lick ice cream. It's been completely knocked over as well. And as I was talking to photojournalist Sal, as we've been walking around the rim, we can actually kind of see the direction that this tornado came from. It looks to me like it came from I-10, came through the Palladium, toward the Bass Pro Shop, and then eventually toward like the Lupe Tortilla and the Marshalls and that kind of thing. So it went to the northeast. You can really see the direction. And another staggering thing here that is very common with tornadoes is one building sustains substantial damage, and then you walk 30 feet down the next direction and there's no damage whatsoever. It just shows you how localized tornado damage can be. And just a friendly reminder that we will not know if this was an EF0, EF1, EF2 tornado until the National Weather Service comes out to these areas and surveys the damage. They come out here, they see the damage that was done, they see the direction things have fallen in, and they're able to determine the wind speed of the tornado, which again, and the damage of the tornado, which determines its ranking, if it was an EF1, EF2, and the like. So we'll continue to keep you posted on the National Weather Service's plans of coming out here, rating this tornado. But as somebody who's been born and raised, well, not born in San Antonio, but raised in San Antonio, this is some of the most intense tornado damage I've ever seen. Everywhere you look around the rim, there is damage. This is a place that I grew up going to. And so it's disheartening to see this place has been, ripped apart, but it is heartening to see how already so many people are out here cleaning up the damage. We'll continue to report from the rim. I'm meteorologist Sarah Spivey. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Yes, it's very, very, very hard to see that kind of damage out there. That's something that we're not used to seeing. It was a tremendous amount. I guess we were hearing about the reports initially about the tornado touching down, did not realize there would be so much damage. But again, we don't know what type of tornado yet, but we do know there was a lot of damage. We are glad to know that at least this happened earlier in the morning when there weren't a lot of people in that shopping area or on the roadways at that matter.
Yeah, definitely some hard visuals to see there from some of the video that we've seen over by the Palladium, an area that obviously a lot of folks go to watch movies or just to hang out. A lot of businesses, a lot of restaurants definitely going out there, and a lot of cleanup that is already underway, and they will definitely appreciate that, all the help they can get. And it is definitely something that I have never seen out there in that part of the city of San Antonio on the northwest side.
And then actually going up a little bit on I-10 to Bernie, there's been a lot of rain over there. We are hearing that there's voluntary evacuations along Cibolo Creek in that area. And of course, Bernie Lake also filling up very much so with all the rain that's been happening as well.
That's right. So obviously that is going out there in Kendall County for our folks there in Bernie's. But let's check in with Madeline Lambert. Earlier, we just saw a press conference from officials, county officials, city officials in Uvalde with the very latest on their rescue operations out there and some of the flooding that we're seeing in Uvalde County. Maddie?
Hey, RJ, that's right. We're standing along Leona River here in Uvalde, which is right across Memorial Park, and we just got another update after that press conference you saw live a few moments ago. Now, the Uvalde Public Information Officer with the police department just told me that there have been 9 additional people rescued this morning, and that's in addition to the 25 people they rescued since overnight from yesterday. Now, Uvalde has seen a lot of flooding since the floodwaters started yesterday, but I want you to take a look at Leona River now. Just take a look at how much water is coming through. Now, Leona River runs through Uvalde all the way up north of Uvalde to south, but you can see the flooding is still happening along the sidewalk here. Flooding is actively coming up here, and what Uvalde police officials just told me is that Frio River is swelling and Leona River is flooding. Now, Highway 90 is expected to close soon. They did also tell me that they evacuated Camp La Jita, which is an all-girls camp. Now, they did this just for safety. Everyone is accounted for at this time. And all those rescues that I mentioned, everyone has been reported with no injuries, and there have been no deaths as well. So the public information officer just told me moments ago, she says we're very happy that that's the case right now, but they are actively working on more rescues this morning. She said that they're headed out right now. That's why they didn't even take any questions from us. I had to pull the public information officer, said real quick, I have a few more questions, and she was able to give us some more information. But also I just want to add a few more details. Again, I mean, everyone is accounted for, but they did say that there's a lot of low waters that are rising. So it's becoming high waters very fast from all the flooding that we saw yesterday and now today. today. It stopped raining now, but they're expecting more rain tonight. So they're asking everyone to stay off the major roadways. Please be careful and pay attention to those road closures that are going to be happening throughout Uvalde. And again, Highway 90 will be closing soon. We're going to get some more updates from you coming up in just a little bit. All right, we're going to check in with Erica Hernandez back in San Antonio. Erica, how's it going?
Yeah, Maddie, so we're here off of UTSA Boulevard reporting at the Oasis apartment complex. We've been told to get off of the property, but we came down here to the road so you could get a good look at the roof and the damage to this building right now that they're still assessing. There's several agencies here that are assessing the damage. We spoke to residents earlier who lived in that building that you're seeing right there with that damage, who tell us they just felt it shaking and heard a loud boom. This morning. There's a lot of debris around the building. They are trying to walk residents in right now to get some of their belongings, and then that they would be taken to get some help from the Red Cross as well as from Salvation Army until another apartment is found for them to live in, because they will not be able to go back and live in this apartment for now because of all the structural damage. You can see that roof on that building is completely off there. We talked to the battalion chief, who spoke to us a little bit about rescues or possible rescues that they came upon when they got here. Did y'all have to help any of the those that lived on in the top floor out of their apartments?
No one was trapped, but we have been having people, escorted in to get belongings and things that they needed out of the apartment.
So they won't be able to come back in for a while?
No, ma'am. Basically, once people are out today, they're going to be out for a little while because we're expecting more weather. We're doing our best to salvage as much as possible, cover up stuff, but with the rain coming in and the expected weather, it's going to be a while before people are probably going back.
Now, there are more than 50 units and residents that were affected here that are going to have to find somewhere else to go for right now. But thankfully, we are told that there were no injuries, so that is a good thing coming out of this, that nobody got seriously injured. We'll go back to you guys in the studio. RJ, Stephanie?
For that update for us, Erica Hernandez over there by UTSA Boulevard at some of the apartment complexes over there, as this tornado has touched down, causing significant damage not only to those businesses over by the Rim and La Cantera, but also damage there to a lot of people's homes and a lot of people's livelihoods as well.
That's right. And we also checked in with Sarah Spivey, who is also there showing us some of the damage at the Rim, and our Patty Santos, who told us the Palladium, of course, closed. A lot of those businesses closed in that area where they received a lot of damage, and not just broken windows. I mean, we were talking about trees uprooted. I'm sure you might have seen some of the images on social media as well. And then up I-10 in Bernie, a lot of rain there as well. Just wanted to let you know about some voluntary evacuations along Cibolo Creek in that area for you to be aware of. And then also, we've just checked in with our Madeline Lambert, who is in Uvalde County. They had an update over there. Earlier this morning, we reported that there were 25 rescues. After 9 a.m., there were 9 more. So very, officials over there keeping an eye on things as well, and also looking at closing Highway 90.
That's right. So that was something that we saw yesterday due to the severe weather and the heavy rain. And you mentioned, Steph, Kendall County Office of Emergency Management, the fire marshal there say that they are closing River Road in all directions. This was a report about half an hour or so ago. They're asking people to obviously stay away from flooded areas and never drive through the high water. But River Road right now being closed in all directions. That's a popular spot, a lot of recreational activities there. And as we've been talking about, a lot of camps, a lot of folks out there just kind of enjoying maybe some days off for the summer. But a lot going on over there, Cibolo Creek and Bernie. And
we are getting word, of course, that this rain is continuing, not only in this area, but also in the Uvalde area. So go ahead, stay with us here on KSAT, but for now we're going to take a short break. All good.
Welcome back to our coverage of the severe weather that has made its way through parts of the San Antonio area. Of course, a tornado touching down earlier this morning on the northwest side of town over by the Rim and La Cantera Parkway. And there is a lot of damage over there in that particular part of San Antonio, but a lot also in many other parts of our viewing area, Steph.
Yes, all that rain has caused a lot of damage. Of course, we've been checking in Uvalde County, and now we have a crew, including Garrett Berringer, headed up to the Bernie area. And then just in case you're in the Bernie area, we are hearing that the water levels are continuing to rise along Cibolo Creek, Ranger Creek, and some other low-lying areas. And so they're voluntarily asking people to evacuate that area around Cibolo Creek. They also tell us that Olive River Road is currently shut down. So they have emergency crews that are actively just conducting some water rescues in the Bernie area right now. So of course, we'll have an update with Garrett Berringer later in the newscast.
And we mentioned earlier, we had that press conference out there in Uvalde, 25 rescues there as of 9 o'clock this morning, and they continue to survey the area in the northern parts of Uvalde County. So let's go ahead and go to Leah Rodriguez. She has been with us throughout her entire morning over here covering the severe weather making its way through our area. How are things looking out there, Leah?
Yeah, so right now I just want to talk about what we've seen with rain totals over the past 2 days, right? Because that's pretty much when all our activity has been kicked off. Obviously, of course, eyes immediately shift west where we're looking towards Concan, Sabinal, and Hondo. You've got colors in the white there. What that means is that we've got totals now over the past 2 days getting closer to potentially 15.5 inches, 13 inches in all these white spots, 16 inches in some areas. I mean, look a little bit closer to Sabinal, 15 inches there, a little bit closer to Hondo, going closer to 6 inches. But what we've seen throughout the day is we're seeing more of these accumulations growing north. And that's because right now, from our last radar picture, we've talked about a lot of this activity has been moving north. So areas like Fredericksburg, Kerrville, Comfort, and Bernie getting a lot of rain activity today. So if we take a look at their totals, northwest of Fredericksburg, closer to 7 inches. Around Kerrville, closer to the river, about 6 and almost 7 inches there. Areas closer to the river near Comfort, 7 inches. And then we talked about Bernie because we're having a crew going out to Bernie, 8 inches around there. And for portions of the county, portions of Bexar County going closer to northward areas. Let's go move it a little bit closer there. Around Bulverde, we're getting totals closer to almost 7 inches. Fair Oaks Ranch, we're getting closer to 8 inches, almost 9 inches out there. And again, this is all totals that have been adding up over the past 2 days. And with the latest news that we're hearing that there's some evacuations out towards Cibolo Creek, if we look towards the Shirts area, we're getting another bullseye that's developing out there. And that bullseye is getting closer to about 6 inches, close to 6.5 inches near Shirts and Marion. And so what we were talking about since the beginning of this event, before we even started to have rainfall, was that we are going to have bullseyes set up not only for western areas but around Bexar County too, and we're starting to see that on northeastern portions of Bexar County. We're getting that bullseye. And reminder, this is all over the past 2 days, right? But we're seeing a lot of activity that has maintained to our western areas. The thing is that we're also going to continue to see a lot of that activity staying for areas west as we continue to look forward into the day. Now I want to just show you, let's talk about some of these river heights. I have updated them most recently since right before we got on. And out in Laguna, Texas, the river out there, 17 feet, has now reached moderate flood stage. And then we go to Concan, has risen to 11 feet. That's in the action stage, which is right below minor flood stage. So Concan, not quite as bad. But then when we go to the western Nueces branch, the current height is 23 feet. It is in the major flood stage. And that western Nueces branch does feed into the main Nueces River. And then last but not least, Sabinal, the Sabinal River out in Sabinal, Texas, is at 18 feet right now, and it's at the moderate flood stage. And one thing I'll say about that western Nueces River and the Sabinal River, they're the two heights that have not changed recently. They both kind of have stayed pretty steady over the last hour. So that's what we're talking about when we talk about what we've seen as far as those rivers. And what I was saying earlier is that we were focusing a lot on how river heights are changing downstream. But with all this activity moving north, now we're also going to have to be watching gauges upstream as well. So I'm going to put this back into motion for us, and we'll kind of look at what we've seen as far as development over the past hour. Most of it, again, is all moving north. Areas like Fredericksburg, Kerrville, Bernie, really seeing a lot of that development. Kyle, San Marcos also seeing development. We're seeing some drying out towards Hondo and Concan, but just south of Sabinal, we're seeing that one little cell that is beginning to develop out there. Hard to say if we're going to see continued development by that one, but we'll keep watching. I actually go to our radar out west to get a better idea. What we're seeing from that one is just that one tail that's popping up, but we'll be watching kind of some of these green dots out here. But overall, out towards western areas like Crystal City, Brackettville, Eagle Pass, we've really utilized all the water that's been in the atmosphere out there, and now it's all being pushed north, especially with the fact that our kind of low pressure system that's created itself with all this activity, we've noticed it's starting to drift a little bit eastward for us. So that makes it, again, a little bit harder to tell where the models are going with this, because right now, compared to what we've seen, and then we look at the forecasted models, they're just not quite catching up to what we're seeing right now. So it's going to take some time till we can actually nail down. So that's why we do a lot of nowcasting. What's going on right now? And like right now, if we look towards areas east of Bexar County and going southeast of Bexar County, this is when we're seeing more development. And this is definitely being fueled off of all that moisture and energy that is coming off the Gulf. So areas like Poteet, Pleasanton, Jourdington, just starting to see a couple of pop-up showers. They're just starting to pop up. And I want to show the lightning tracker here, because we're not seeing really any lightning with those showers that are popping up because they're still small, they're still weak. But then you go up to northern areas where we're seeing all this activity. We do see a couple of bits of lightning out closer to Shirts, closer to New Braunfels, and towards Bernie as well, because those cells out there really have all the energy, and they're creating those stronger storms, so that way they do have the lightning out there. So we'll continue to keep watching how these cells develop in the time to come. They're definitely putting a lot of rain right now over Bernie and Bandera areas, Kerrville as well, Fredericksburg also, and of course now we have all that development now towards eastern areas that we didn't quite see yesterday. So we'll come back, we'll check on those rain totals. For now I'm going to toss it over to Japhanie.
Thank you so much, Leah. Now, we have been getting so many of your videos, and on KSAT Connect, you're giving us that firsthand perspective of what you witnessed. Fortunately, we are in the aftermath of that tornado that touched down, but I just want to show you this. This is coming in from Jake Wolf. He says tornado across I-10. This was his perspective right here. Now, again, you can see it from a distance. Got a lot of traffic right there, and you'll see the tornado cross through and hit the power lines pretty soon, where you see all these explosions and you see the fire whipping around that. But imagine you're looking at this from a distance. I can only imagine how terrifying that would be. But what if you looked at it from a firsthand perspective? Now, I want to go to Miss Ibarra and Sid. They both sent something in that is a bit terrifying. So look at Ibarra's. She sent this in 34 minutes ago. She is directly behind the tornado. It crosses over. You see this first responder emergency vehicle in front of her tries to back up as well. But the tornado is literally crossing over the highway right in front of her. That right there is a terrifying image. But then look at this one. Sid comes in. Hold on, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Boop, boop. Right there. Well, if I can get this KSAT Connect together. Hold on. It keeps updating over and over and over and over again. Hold on just a second. Because Sid had a very good perspective where you did also saw the damage. And you're dealing with a lot of flooding and situations that are also coming in as well. So we just want to say thank you to everyone who are constantly sending in their images so that we can get that firsthand perspective of what you're seeing right now, currently. And again, if you are out and about and you see what happened and you want to share your experience of what did take place, please do so safely. Get to a location where you can. Get to KSAT Connect. It's very easy to do so. And then once you do, all you got to do is upload. Now, this is Sid's video. Finally can get to Sid's video. Sid's video is going to show also another perspective of the tornado crossing over. It makes its way across the highway, and you see the debris just flying in front of her. So, again, thank God that these individuals are okay. They were able to send this in safely and give us that firsthand view. And I know the National Weather Service and our Weather Authority team will be investigating all the damage that have come in as well. CPS Energy, they've been fighting these outages. I'm telling you, they went from having a total of 1,000 customers affected. Now they got over 3,500 customers affected with 40 active outages. So again, if you are waking up in the dark, if your lights went out, it is more likely weather related. We are doing a very heavy weather authority day to day to give you guys updated, whether it be the little tornado, the aftermath that we dealt with, or the flooding. So at this point in time, we've been looking at a lot of roadway kind of perspectives, RJ, of what people have been seeing as far as the debris coming out and about on the roads and traffic. So what else is happening right now?
All right, Jeff, so I want to start here with our drivetexas.org map. So this is something that anyone can jump on, and we've been using this for the better part of our morning to show you everything that's going on over by Uvalde, Sabinal, and Canipa. But I wanted to specifically focus in right now on the city of Bernie right now. This is going to be River Road. Also, it is State Highway 46, so obviously a major road for all of our folks here in the Bernie area. But one thing that I will also point out is that this is exactly where Cibolo Creek kind of runs through, and that's why we have this full closure right now, all directions over here at River Road. So if you are over by the Ebner area, over by the Herf Road area, Champion High School area, this will likely affect everything that you're seeing over here as we continue with some of the voluntary evacuations. We got several city officials, Kendall County officials also on the scene. There's a look at what we're seeing off of the highway. That's going to be 10 and Business Road 87 over here, and you see that 10 is slow going here in both directions for all of our folks out here in Bernie. South Main Street being affected by this. River Road, Esser Road right there, and obviously this is going to be a little bit west of Champion High School, Herf Road, Main Street. These are all areas that are very popular, obviously, for many of our folks out here in Bernie. So be careful if you're headed out to the city of Bernie right now, where those voluntary evacuations are taking place in many of those neighborhoods and a lot of those spots along that part of Cibolo Creek. Back here in the San Antonio area, 90. Take a look at this. 90 Leon Creek completely shut down due to flooding right there at the access road. This is an area that is clearly very prone to flooding. We've seen a lot of different incidents over here with high water and vehicles getting stuck here, but it looks like right now that many of our drivers are obviously taking some advice and not even trying to sort of navigate their way through that part of 90 at Leon Creek. Some bit of good news is that things are looking a little bit better for all of our drivers over here on the northeast side of town. Earlier, we had reports of high water over by 35 and Walsham, 35 and 410, all the way up from Thousand Oaks up to Wiener Road. So right now it looks like traffic is starting to move along. Again, we're checking check in with our folks over at TxDOT just to get you some more updates on what is happening in this one particular stretch. But other than that, I'm going to get us back on the TxDOT shot. It looks like that incident over by 281 at the quarry has started to clear out for our drivers. And I would just say this, that many folks look like they are just kind of avoiding the highways altogether. And it seems like the biggest issue when it comes to our roadways right now is definitely going to be out there in the city of Boerne right now over by River Road and Cibolo Creek.
Hi, thanks for joining us here on KSAT. It's about 11 o'clock in the morning, and of course we've been keeping you posted on all these weather events that have been happening. We've had a tornado touchdown on the northwest side of San Antonio. Of course, we've had a lot of damage in Uvalde with all the rain there, and we are keeping an eye on Boerne as we are hearing a lot of the water levels over there rising along Cibolo Creek, Ranger Creek, and other low-lying areas. And also all of River Road in Boerne, by the way, currently shut down. They're telling us that they are actively doing some water rescues in that area. We have a crew headed out there, Garrett Berringer, to keep us updated on the situation in Boerne right now.
That's right. We have crews all over the San Antonio area, also out there in Uvalde. Madeline Lambert's getting the very latest updates for us there. Shelby Rutowski, she was in Concan, and again, rescue is also taking place in that one particular stretch. But obviously here in San Antonio, big news this morning, tornado touching down over by the rim, the La Cantera area, causing some significant damage. Leah Rodriguez, she is with us this morning, our Weather Authority meteorologist. So let's go ahead and check in with Leah to see the very latest conditions out there.
Yeah, RJ, thanks. So it's been a busy day, from flooding to now we had that tornado spin up. And it wasn't just the tornado spinning up over Bexar County. If you were with us early this morning, we were watching tornado activity since out in Frio County since about 6 o'clock this morning. So it's been a busy morning all morning long up until now, and we're still watching all this activity. But I'm going to zoom in here closer to portions of Bernie. Let's talk about some of the rain that we've seen over the past 3 hours there. So I'm going to pause this radar for us. We'll go here, and then we'll talk about the rain rates that we've seen over the past 3 hours out towards Bernie. And of course, another bullseye popping up over the past 3 hours towards Bernie, 4.6 inches, and you get closer to Pipe Creek, closer to 5 inches out there. Fair Oaks Ranch, closer to 4 inches. Then let's talk about Bulverde, close to 2 inches, and out Spring Branch, we have already hit that 2-inch mark. Now I want to compare that. That's over the past 3 hours, right? Let's see if there's been a decent change over the past 6 hours. A little bit of a decent change areas closer to Bernie over the past 6 hours. That puts us back to about 5 o'clock in the morning. We've seen a total of, or close to 5.5 inches near Bernie, 5 inches near Fair Oaks Ranch, and again near 5 inches near Pipe Creek. So that's what we're seeing in these areas for kind of portions of areas of northwest of Bexar County and getting closer to those Bernie areas, getting into the hill country for us. Let's zoom out a little bit. Let's talk about closer to the Schertz area when we've seen rain totals out there over the past 6 hours. They're getting closer to seeing that bullseye. Not quite as much as we've seen out near Bernie, but when you get to Schertz and right there between Zool, look at that bullseye right there. We'll see it's closer to 5 inches as well near Marion, also getting closer to about 2 inches out there just over the past 6 hours. And unlike yesterday, we didn't quite see as much rain activity over northern areas as what we've been seeing today. And if you were watching yesterday, you probably noticed the fact that we had some spinning in what we saw yesterday. And that is the same thing that we're seeing again today. We're seeing that counterclockwise spin as a low pressure system has been developing from this activity. And not only did this activity kind of create a low pressure amongst itself because of everything that's been going on, but we've had a low pressure system that's been developing because of our upper levels. They had kind of this disturbance, this energy that has been helping fuel everything out here around central and south central Texas. So you can again see all of this counterclockwise flow going around, and our northern areas are really seeing the impact these late morning hours, especially as we go into the afternoon hours. Areas like Uvalde and Hondo saw a majority of the activity yesterday. Now they're drying out a little bit earlier today, but we're watching new development not only north but also east of Bexar County and going towards areas like Seguin and Gonzales and Stockdale. All of these cells here, that as we get closer to the coast, these are just some smaller cells that are beginning to develop, but we can look really far out here, and I mean they go all the way basically to the coastline. So these are all activity that's going to be funneled our way with that Gulf flow that's heading towards northwest. It's kind of going northwest, right? So it's heading towards areas like Bexar County and Seguin and Braunfels. So that's where we're seeing a lot of the activity. Let me go a little bit farther north, and let's talk about the rain up there that we've seen over the past 6 hours. I'm going to pause this radar again, and let's go talk about the past 6 hours for areas up north, because this is where it's really been developing. We talked about Bernie. Let's go a little bit closer to Fredericksburg as we take a look at those totals out there. Out towards Fredericksburg, we're getting closer to about 2 inches, and in Harper, close to 2 inches as well. I'm going to move this for us, so I have to quickly pause this. Blanco, not quite as much, still in that green color. Closer to San Marcos, starting to get that yellow, so also 2 inches out there as well. And this development through this morning has taken just a little bit of a different turn than what we saw yesterday. Number one, it's been more active. We had a couple of tornado warnings this morning, and then we're really seeing rivers beginning to rise this morning thanks to all the activity from yesterday and from what we've seen. So I want to just show you this very quickly. If I can bring this on for us. Maybe not, that's okay. We'll talk about what's going on for areas west as we take a look at the radar out there. not quite as much activity. In fact, we're seeing more of these green colors, and we're happy to see these green colors, but we would really need it to just go ahead and take a break like what we had yesterday. Once we started getting into those afternoon hours, we saw things starting to take a break. We all took a breath, right? Because we were starting to dry out just for a little bit. But when we talk about what we have seen for areas out west, it's just, again, these pop-up showers, but they haven't quite been as intense. Number one, there's no lightning. Number two, there's a lot of green associated with those showers. So again, areas out west, they're typically dry anyways, but the fact that this low pressure system has sapped out so much moisture, now it's all heading towards northern areas. So this is where we're going to keep our eyes on towards areas like Fredericksburg, Kerrville, Bernie, of course, where we've already gotten some reports of potentially some rescues that have had to been made. But let's go forward. Let's talk about our future cast here, because we are doing our best, and I say the computer models are doing their best to kind of get an idea of what's to come. Overall, they're doing a decent job with showing there's still going to be a lot of activity towards northern areas at 12 o'clock, which I 100% agree, and also activity developing out towards the coast at 12 o'clock. As we go forward in time, though, there's a chance to continue to see the scattered activity developing, and we could see some of it getting and developing closer to San Antonio later this afternoon. Now, one thing that could be in our favor with all of this cloud cover that I expect to continue throughout the day, we're not going to have sunshine coming through. So what that's going to do is kind of limit the activity in the sense that we don't expect it to get quite as strong. So hopefully not expecting to see as many tornadoes this afternoon, right? I mean, I think we've all woke up pretty startled already this morning with what has been developing. But as we go into the evening hours, it's going to be a lot of a repeat of what we've already seen. Just the fact of seeing more activity developing again Wednesday night into Thursday morning. And again, what we've been saying since the very beginning is that we have that high flood risk, a level 4 risk for all of those areas west today. And of course, it doesn't mean that it's not significant for areas east as well. San Antonio is in that level 3 risk for flash flooding. And around the metro area, first things that we're going to worry about is all that street flooding, especially because we've already seen a lot of wet roads, and the highways, they don't drain well. So everything that we're going to be keeping an eye on, as well as all the creeks, and we're going to continue to watch river heights as we go forward in time, because we're already seeing rising, and so we need to be tracking of not just at the specific river locations everybody loves to go to, but now we'll also be looking upstream and how that's going to affect all the areas downstream.
All right, thank you very much for that update, Leah. And real quick, just want to mention, obviously we mentioned all the damage taking place over there on the far northwest side of town. The Spurs just got some text from them, from some of their officials. They say that the Rocket La Cantera, that property has been closed. They're not seeing any major damage out there, but they were set to have a watch party for the World Cup. Obviously, we got a World Cup match taking place today. That has been canceled. So if you had any of those plans, that is canceled. All the property out there at the Rocket La Cantera, the Spurs headquarters, has been closed for the rest of the day.
But obviously a lot of damage throughout northwest Bexar County with that tornado touching down. But also looking at the northwest side of I-10 and De Zavala Road, we're going to go ahead and check in with Daniela Ibarra, who is looking at some damage out there. Daniela.
Yeah, Stephanie, we are in the Tanglewood neighborhood off of De Zavala. It's kind of raining out here. It's lightened up a lot since we've gotten here, but I want to show you the damage that we've seen. This is one of the first things that we saw when we pulled into this neighborhood. I mean, look at this huge tree, the roots lifted out of the ground. We actually talked with the homeowner. Her name is Miss Barber. She said she was actually watching KSAT this morning. She was watching the weather. She's dealing with some health issues, so she was laying in her bed watching the weather when she just heard a loud crack, a loud boom, and came out and saw this tree leaning over on her house. She says this room right here, she hasn't been able to go into it. She says she was advised not to go into it because the tree is over there. And she says the thing that's really supporting this tree, I don't know if you can tell, this limb right here, it's leaning on the ground. So she thinks that's what's supporting this tree from falling into her house. So we were talking with her earlier. She says that some of the dogs that she has here, she had to take them to a kennel because it just wasn't safe for them to be here. Despite this, I mean, this is just a crazy scene to see in person, and I'm sure you can tell just on TV with these roots lifted up. Despite this scene, she says she is grateful because she and her husband are okay. She says that she's grateful that they're okay, but she just doesn't know how they're going to be able to clean up. We were talking with her right here. We're live on KSAT right now. We're just telling them about your house right here, but This is just one of the homes that we've seen damage on. I want to take you down the street right here. You can't tell that well from where we're standing, but farther down the street, we actually spoke with another neighbor who his tree fell luckily forward onto the sidewalk. The sidewalk's lifted up. They've already chopped up that tree because it was damaged, but he says that he was getting ready for work. He was going to go to work at around 8 in the morning, and his dog was just scratching at the door, so he knew he needed to let the dog in, and that's when he saw what he said was a cloud of gray, and he heard what sounded like a train. And we walked in his backyard. We saw all the damage in there. He had a greenhouse that's been pretty much torn up. Some panels of that greenhouse were actually up in a tree. There were limbs hanging down. It's just, a lot to see in person, but we've been out in this neighborhood. We're going to go to another neighborhood on De Zavala where we've also heard that there's reports of damage. But the good thing is everyone here says that they are okay despite all the damage.
All right, Daniela, thank you for that live report. A very scary situation for those homeowners over there, especially that one with that large tree that we saw that fell onto that house. It's good to hear, though, that everybody is okay. That there are no injuries, but just dealing with a lot of damage. Again, thank you, Daniela Ibarra, live off of that neighborhood off of De Zavala Road and I-10. That's
right. We'll check back in with Daniela coming up in just a little bit. Obviously, a frightening moments for a lot of folks in those areas. De Zavala Road, close to Clark High School. So hopefully all those folks are okay. Let's check in with Weather Authority meteorologist Sarah Spivey. She's been out for us over by different businesses over by the Rim. Earlier, we saw some very heavy front-end damage over by the Marshalls, the Bass Pro Shops. Sarah, how are things looking out there?
It is shocking to see the damage, RJ. And the thing is, we keep on seeing damage and we're getting a clearer picture of the direction that this tornado took through the Rim. So we're by I-10 here. We're right at the entrance of the Rim. And this is where the tornado crossed. The tornado crossed into the entrance from the highway, and you can really see that. A lot of you might not have gone to the Rim, but you've at least driven by it when it comes to I-10, and so that's kind of where we're at right now. I just wanted to orient you. Look at the damage that was done as this tornado came into the Rim. First of all, you have this tree that got completely ripped off. The other half of the tree is all the way over there. It's sitting on top of a light post that was completely twisted. Whenever you see twisting light posts, twisting metal like this, you get an idea of the strength of the tornado. Also ripped off the leaves of that bush right there. And then across the way, you can see row after row of trees that have been lifted from their roots. It takes a strong tornado to lift a tree completely from its roots. We also see highway signs, entrance signs that have been ripped apart as well. And so what it looks like, from my opinion, is that as we just saw Daniela was reporting from I-10 and De Zavala area, that's where the tornado came from. It came from that I-10 area, crossed into the entrance of the Rim, headed straight for the Palladium, toward the Bass Pro Shop, and eventually into that shopping center that has the Marshalls, Nordstrom.
And we are just hearing from our Sarah Spivey. It looks like we lost signal, but she was telling us about where she thought that the direction of that tornado went. First, she thinks it was off I-10 and De Zavala, like the I-10 area, then going like to the Rim, like where the Palladium is, and causing all that damage that you've seen. Sarah was showing us some, fixed light fixtures just uprooted, trees uprooted, which although there's not an official name of this tornado, she thinks it was, pretty strong in this case.
Yeah, and you could imagine, I mean, with the amount of damage it did, not only in parts of De Zavala Road, which is obviously inside Loop 1604, all the way out to parts of the Rim there, as well as they continue to survey some of the damage. Again, a lot of construction also taking place there, so my guess is that a lot of that construction likely going to be halted as they continue with the recovery and some of the cleanup efforts out there in that parts of obviously La Cantera and the shops at La Cantera. So we still need to check in with them, see exactly how they're doing. Quickly updated, obviously Six Flags, they are closed for the rest of the day. They say that they will honor today's tickets for another day during their 2026 calendar, but they will be closed throughout the rest of the day out of the safety, not only their employees, their staff, but obviously the guests that may be headed out to that amusement park.
And then also the Rocket La Cantera.
That's right, yes. That property has been closed. The restaurants and anything else, the shops there, the Spurs Pro Shop, all shut down today.
And then we've been keeping an eye on Bernie as well. There's been a lot of rain there. Garrett Beringer is out there. We know that some of the creeks are swollen, Cibolo Creek, Ranger Creek, and also River Road. The levels are rising as far as the water. And Garrett, we hear that there's some voluntary evacuations happening in Bernie.
Absolutely. Right now, we just talked with the Bernie spokesman just a few minutes ago. He is telling everybody that right now that if they are in a safe place, they should stay there. But if you are along a river and you feel like you're in danger, you see the water rising, then you should call 911. There have been some neighborhoods that have been evacuated. Others west of I-10 have been told to stay in place. Here's the look at downtown Bernie. This is South Main Street. If you've driven through Bernie, you've probably driven over this bridge. That water, a lot higher than it usually is, though it has appeared to start coming down some as the rain seemed to have slackened in the past couple minutes. But the water still very high, very fast. It's also filling up the streets. I'm not sure if you can tell. We're going to take a look at the street itself. Over in the gutters, you got some fast-moving water. They were saying that roads across Bernie not safe to travel right now, and that we've heard at least reports of at least 2 stalled vehicles where they had to do some high water rescues out of, and we've heard that they are evacuating people out of some apartments down River Road. Now we're going to get a little bit closer here to the water. Bear with me. I'm going to come down. There's now that we've got enough space. We are being safe about this, I promise. But if you come on down here, you can see that it's great weather for the ducks, apparently. The ducks and geese all out on the riverside. But you can see just how high and fast this water is moving. And if you look upstream, you can see some of the trees. This water is very high. We are downstream on Cibolo Creek from Bernie Lake, which has been full. So that lake just filling up and spilling over. We are seeing that, the water very fast. You want to stay away from that as much as you can. We're keeping plenty of space between us and the river's edge, I promise you. But they are telling people that if you do feel unsafe, if you feel like you're in danger, the water's rising, you live near the creek, then you should call 911. Otherwise, best thing to do right now, stay put. You can see that big tree coming right along the right downstream. And we'll see if that gets clogged up underneath the bridge. That, of course, is always a concern whenever the water gets this high. Debris filling up the bridges. Yep, we're going to see how it goes right over here. Well, it's still making its way through, fortunately, or at least it appears to. But as I mentioned, if you are somewhere safe, stay there. If you feel like you're in danger in Bernie and the water's rising, you're next to one of the creeks, call 911. Right now, though, the rain is continuing to come down. We're not seeing very many vehicles out on the streets anymore. Fortunately, it sounds like people have been listening. And we're going to try to get back up under shelter as soon as we finish this live shot. You guys have anything for us? Any questions?
No, Garrett, I think we are good. Thank you very much for that report. And obviously, you guys get to a little bit of shelter there and some safety. And one of those things, as Garrett mentioned, is that a lot of folks there, maybe for some summer vacation, a lot of folks familiar with Cibolo Creek and River Road. And that's very high levels there of the creek and River Road right there. So a lot of activity taking place right now in Bernie. And of course, that stay in place order being asked for the residents up there.
Yeah, you can see our Garrett Beringer moving to higher ground, also trying to stay safe up there. So he did mention to people in those areas near Cibolo Creek and River Road, if they are seeing that water rise and if they need help, they are asked to call 911 at this point, and there have been some water rescues in that area already. But of course, stay with us here at KSAT. We're going to keep you updated not only in the Bernie, but also in the northwest side of Bexar County and all the weather development that's been happening all morning.
surreal. I mean, we never get tornadoes here in San Antonio. And I mean, this caught
Welcome back. It is now 11:22, and we are continuing our coverage of the severe weather that has made its way through parts of not only San Antonio, a tornado touching down in the northwest side of town over by the Palladium, the Rim at La Cantera. A lot of cleanup, a lot of damage, but also a lot of other severe weather taking place in many parts of our viewing area. Steph.
That's right. Our crews have been staying on top of the damage. We've checked in with Katrina Weber, who has checked in at an apartment complex, and also Sarah Spivey. And we also have Patty Santos out at the Rim. When we first talked to her, she was out at the Palladium. She's still in that area. Just unbelievable damage with trees uprooted and cars damaged in that parking lot. Patty.
Yeah, but you know what's also unbelievable is how quickly these crews are getting here to clean this up. Right beside me here is a landscaping crew that's been mulching down some of the trees. And then right back there, you can see the city of San Antonio crews, I believe, are moving some of that debris and just kind of getting it out of the way. So it is very fast. Yes, there was a lot of damage. There are a lot of big trees that have been torn down here. And right over here at the Palladium, we showed you earlier the damage and some of that, but we're also seeing already some of those crews arrive very quickly to try and get this restored in time. One of the amazing things that I'm seeing out here is the amount of people that are coming here to see the damage. Again, nobody was hurt, but people are just drawn to the fact that, you know, we had a tornado in San Antonio. I talked to one kid. He is an aspiring meteorologist, and he said he's been to all the sites just to see how powerful a tornado can be. Take a listen.
surreal. I mean, we never get tornadoes here in San Antonio. And I mean, this caught, to be honest, everybody off guard. And from all the videos that we're seeing from everything, like from where it started, from UTSA Boulevard to coming over here, I mean, it was crazy.
How many people work here?
14.
14. So
Yes.
they're going to be sent home?
Yeah, they can send.
How much do you think this will cost?
I have no idea.
Hopefully you'll be back open tomorrow, you think?
Hopefully. Yeah, hopefully we can open tomorrow.
Okay, that was the manager at the Bluefin restaurant. We showed you their patio chairs and everything were just twirled around into the corner. And, you know, that is kind of what we're seeing here. A lot of little things that are damaged. Back live out here, you are looking at a car that someone told me, because there were people inside the Palladium when this happened. They told me that car was actually twirled around, and you could see some of the damage on the front of it there. It was twirled around by those winds, and luckily there was nobody in there. But I mean, you never want to have a tornado in your community, but when it happens very early in the morning, when there's hardly anyone in the parking lot, that is a good thing. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Patty, as she continues to cover all the damage out there by the Rim, the Palladium area. Real quick, before we get to Katrina, getting a text message from Chris Shadrack. He's with the city of Boerne, and he's told me about the evacuation center in Boerne for those residents up there. That is going to be the Boerne ISD Central Office, 235 Johns Road, and he says that folks can enter off of Lohman Street. So if you're familiar with that area, that's going to be 235 Johns Road for the evacuation center. That is part of Boerne ISD.
And let's go ahead and go back to the northwest side. We just checked in with Patty. Now let's go to Katrina Weber, who is not too far. Earlier today, she was at an apartment complex off of UTSA Boulevard. So let's go ahead and check in with Katrina for the latest.
Yeah, we're still at that apartment complex. I believe this is called the Oasis. It's off of UTSA Boulevard near UTEX, not far from the rim. And we got a massive cleanup situation going on here. You can see all of the heavy lifters lifting up this wood. This is all the material that came off the roof of one of the buildings here earlier this morning. No one was hurt, but there is a lot of damage, a lot of debris spread out all across this huge apartment complex. We have seen personal items among all of this debris. They are lifting up pieces of wood. A lot of those have nails sticking out of them, so kind of a not too safe situation for anybody who's walking around. And we have seen a lot of people walking around here just unable to believe their eyes at the damage that has been done. I want to direct your eyes over here to some of the big pieces of metal that came down. If we can take a look at that, the carports, they just got torn apart when this weather system moved through earlier this morning. We also have seen actually a car, according to the neighbor, the car was parked in one spot and it was moved 2 spaces over. That was on the very back of this complex. So very strong winds that came through, what people say was a tornado, and that is the situation here. A lot of cleanup to happen. This is probably going to go on for a while to come. Reporting live on the northwest side, Katrina Weber, KSAT 12 News.
All right, Katrina, thanks for keeping us updated. Hard to believe that cars were picked up not only at the Palladium at the rim, but also nearby off of UTSA Boulevard, right there at that apartment complex. Very scary situation, but like Patty said earlier, it is a good thing that not too many people were out because all of this happening early in the morning.
Plus, we're also during these summer months, so obviously no kids in school. There were obviously some plans for some summer school that's likely been canceled, and all those students out there at UTSA, the main campus, hopefully they are safe, and we're continuing to make sure that you guys are okay during any type of recovery efforts on the main campus of UTSA.
All right, I think we would check with Leah right now to see the very latest on the weather situation.
Yeah, RJ, you were just saying no kids in school, right? They're on vacation. Well, I just found a couple and they've been stressing me out because we're taking a look at a live feed from a Frio River area, and that we did get permission to show you this feed. This is from the Frio River Escape, so we appreciate them for letting us use this because number one, I want to show you, look at how fast the river is moving. I've seen a little bit of debris moving through, definitely lots of mud at the surface that's moving through. There's a large tree branch there, but I want you to look right here, right next to this tree, there's 2 little bumps sticking out of the water. If you've been to a pool and you know that there's some metal arm rails to help you get into the pool, that's what those are. And kind of just a guess of from the top of that arch to where because those arm rails almost look like a 4, right? So where the bottom of that 4 would be to about this top bump, I'd say it's from my shoulder to my waist. It's about that tall, right? So that those metal bars to help people get into the river are almost completely submerged. And by the way, the end of this sidewalk has another concrete step below it. Obviously that step has been completely covered up by floodwaters now. But I've been watching these kids. Earlier they were standing right at the edge of this concrete step. Now they've moved a little bit farther towards grass, but I'm just concerned. I hope they do not slip because that would be very tragic. But in my opinion, they need to move away from the river. They are way too close, and of course this river is moving very quickly. I checked quickly what the height was at the Frio River. It was about 10 feet. It's kind of leveled off a little bit, especially because we haven't quite seen as much rain falling over those areas. And look, they're back now. They're a little bit farther away. Hopefully they're leaving now. They've been good. Okay, they're walking away. All right, good. So we're going to go ahead and take this picture off for us for a little bit and go back to the radar now. A lot of our activity has been over northern areas, but where you're seeing that red, that's where we're seeing some of the heaviest rainfall. Even those yellow colors are just steady rain. And the unfortunate thing about all of this is that all this activity is moving south to north. So what that means is that we're just continuously having rain fall over areas that have seen plenty of rain already this morning. So that would be areas like Bernie and Comfort, even Fredericksburg. And I'm move in a little bit closer here so we can actually get some of these towns here. And Justin, if you don't mind, would you help reset the hand tracker for us? Just having that picture up there kind of messed this up, so we'll get it going again. All right, so moving a little bit closer here for us, see some of these towns: Johnson City, Blanco, and Dripping Springs, Fisher, Candalia, Sisterdale. All of these are seeing a lot of just steady rain that's staying over those areas. Bernie, Fair Oaks Ranch starting to get out of some of that heavier rain. Pipe Creek still has a whole pipeline of these heavier reflectivities with that heavier rain. Lake Hills, Medina Lake. Actually, I'm kind of glad to see a little bit of heavier rain over Medina Lake. We always talk about how it needs a good drink of water. So that's what we're seeing there. We'll go back to areas east of Bexar County, areas like Schertz, Santa Clara, Marion. New Berlin is kind of right in an area where it's a little bit drier. We're seeing showers that just popped up over areas north of New Berlin. St. Hedwig, Adkins, Lone Oak, China Grove, all seeing new development. And when I say new development, it's because we're seeing a lot of just these smaller storms that are just popping off closer to the coast, and then they're taking their trip from south to north, maybe a little bit more on a kind of northeastward track, because again, we've got a low pressure system, right? So it's pulling moisture off the Gulf, and it's helping all of this activity kind of move in this direction for us. And we're going to redraw that for us. So again, all going this direction. So it's just a continuous trend and continuous, what we like to call training, where we're just seeing these storms building and building upon each other. But what I was saying earlier is that we've kind of seen a little bit of a stabilization in heights amongst the Frio River and a few other rivers like the Nueces and the Sabanons, because we don't quite see as much activity out west. I'm going to switch to our radar out west just to again give you a better idea, a better look at what's going on. It's not much, thankfully, right? Earlier I was talking about Sabanol. We had one cell that kind of popped up, and now we're not seeing quite as much. There's a little bit of green, but in general, the atmosphere is pretty sapped for all those areas out west. They took a lot of that moisture out this morning, and any remnants of that moisture now moving to northern areas. So I want to switch back to our radar, back from New Braunfels area, and we'll take a look at all of that activity, or excuse me, all those rain accumulations that we have seen up north, how they've been developing over the past 3 hours. So we'll get a little bit closer here first. And of course, our radar site is in New Braunfels. As we look at some of these areas, we're getting a little bit farther away. So we'll give you our best estimation of what we've seen over the past 3 hours. But when we look at areas along I-35, they're still kind of in that green color, right? So a little under 2 inches. But then you get into the yellows and the reds, these bullseyes that have been setting up this afternoon, this late morning hours, closer to 4 and 5 inches out near Schertz. And then, let me pause this for a second, go over to Bernie, because that's where Garrett Berninger is, and he was just showing you, even as he was out there earlier, you could kind of see the rain start to fall even heavier. So out there towards areas like Bernie, closer to 5 inches, and closer to 5, almost 5.5 inches for areas east of Bandera. So that's what we've seen as far as the heaviest rain and some of the largest accumulations that we've seen so far this afternoon. Kind of zooming out here, that's again, you see those two bullseyes, east of Bexar County and then towards northwestern areas northwest of Bexar County. That's where some of the heaviest has been. We'll take a look at just generally what we've seen over the past, let's look at the past 12 hours. A little bit of a different picture, right? Now you are really going back and looking at just how much rain has fallen for all those western areas, and to get just to get a more accurate representation out there towards areas towards Concan, they've seen 5 inches so far in the past 12 hours, even up to potentially as high as a foot or slightly more, getting closer to Maverick County and Brackettville. So we'll continue to keep an update on now where this rain is heading, which is all these northern areas. And so far, we haven't quite seen as much rain as we have seen from western areas this morning. But we'll continue to keep tracking how much rain is falling up north for areas like Fredericksburg and Kerrville and Junction in the next hours to come.
It is now 11:37. Welcome back as we continue our severe weather coverage across the San Antonio area. Real quick, I've been checking in with our folks over at TxDOT, and Leah just basically updated us on the current weather situation. Right now, there are reports of high water over by I-10 and FM 1518. This is going to be in East Bexar County. A lot of other high water reports as folks make their way out on 10 over towards parts of Seguin there as well. 10 at 1604, a stalled vehicle there, an 18-wheeler that's stuck in high water on the main lanes of 10 as all of our folks make their way out of East Bexar County into parts of Seguin. So keep that one in mind, and we will continue to check in with TxDOT to get more updates from them.
And of course, we've been keeping you updated with all the damage in northwest Bexar County after a tornado touched down earlier this morning, and a lot of not only apartment complexes, a lot of businesses along the rim area. And we'll go ahead and check back with Erica Hernandez. And she was earlier off an apartment complex just close to UTSA Boulevard. We're going to check back with her with the very latest.
Yeah, Stephanie, so we're here off of UTSA Boulevard. You can see the damage from that apartment complex, the Oasis. The roof is pretty much gone to a big chunk of it. I have Ethan here who lives in that building. Ethan, are you able to kind of point out where exactly your apartment is there?
I can. So if you look at the right side on the 4th floor, we are the one directly below that. So on the 3rd floor, that's where I'm located at.
And what did you experience this morning as this tornado kind of went through?
So for me, it was the first initial, I thought it was hailing at some point. I mean, it started at the regular rainstorm, and I heard like little bits and pieces of things hitting the window. I thought it was hail. So I was like, I didn't really pay too much attention because I knew my truck was safe. And that's when I heard like the really intense wind. And that's when I had to remove myself from the room because it became so loud. The room started shaking. And I had to stay away from the window because I was afraid of the window breaking, essentially.
When you walked outside, did you expect to see the damage that you saw?
Not at all. I thought it was just like a really intense wind. I didn't think it was anything like a tornado. I had it in the back of my mind. It was just when I stepped outside, looking at the angle from like this, that's a lot worse than I thought it was looking at it from up close.
What have you guys kind of been told right now, as you cannot go back, obviously, into your apartment right now?
So right now the firefighters are working at clearing out the building, getting everybody's personal belongings, the most valuable things in the middle of the apartment. And it's really just making sure everybody's safe, as well, making sure they get the most belongings out. It's really just evacuating the building, keeping everybody out. That's the main thing right now.
And thankfully, no injury.
From what I know of, no. Everybody seemed to walk away just fine. Even my own roommate, me and him, we both walked out perfectly fine.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ethan. I'm glad to see that you're safe. Now, the fire department did tell us earlier that there were about 52 to 56 units affected here, and that UTSA is trying to work with the apartment complex as well, because most of the people that live here are residents, and they are trying to find a place for them to go to until they are able to possibly go back in. But right now the fire department says that is not possible anytime soon because of the structural damage to this building right here. But you know, thankfully, like Ethan we just talked to and you just saw, everybody here is safe despite the damage that we saw here today. Live on the northwest side, Erica Hernandez, KSAT 12 News.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Erica. And still hard to believe some of that damage there after that tornado touchdown earlier this morning. And we thank Ethan for giving us just kind of an update. Obviously, a very frightening situation. And I'm sure this is a pretty frightening situation overall for a lot of those young UTSA students that maybe were here for summer classes. And hopefully they could get help from the university as we continue with the cleanup efforts out there on the northwest side.
Yeah, it's hard to believe all that damage there in that area. And we are going to get an update from the city of San Antonio about their severe weather response about 12:15. So we'll bring that later to you in the newscast. But also a lot of damage in the northwest side, but closer to I-10 and De Zavala Road. Some neighborhoods hit pretty bad by that tornado there. Let's go ahead and check back with our Daniela Ibarra, who remains there near I-10 and De Zavala Road.
Yeah. Hey, Stephanie, we were in the De Zavala Trails neighborhood. If you've been watching for the past hour or so, you know we were in the Tanglewood neighborhood, which is just across the street, just across De Zavala. We showed you a massive tree that was leaning on a house. Here, across in this other neighborhood, not as much damage. Let me show you what we're kind of seeing. You see all these limbs down here, this tree where you can see some of the limbs broke off right there. You see it's fresh. And initially we were driving around, we didn't see anything that we didn't expect, right, with the tornado, the limbs obviously, but we had a neighbor tell us to come back down the street and look up here. Look at the top of that house, that roof torn off. You see the insulation there exposed. We haven't talked to the family here yet. We don't know how they're doing. It looks like it's empty. We've just been here for a couple of minutes or so, but we were talking to a neighbor down the street who luckily he didn't experience damage. It's just a couple of his neighbors that did, but he was saying that, you know, he heard the rain, heard it stop, and then heard what sounds like a train, which is something we've heard from a lot of neighbors that we've been speaking to this morning. We have talked to some other neighbors who say that the city has come by, already cleaned up some of the limbs, so not as much damage. Again, we've only been here for about 10, 15 minutes or so, but there's a lot of people driving by, a lot of people who are driving by and looking at some of the damage. In this neighborhood, this is pretty much the worst we've seen, this roof right here. Luckily, the people that we've talked to in this neighborhood, they say they're okay. But honestly, right here in this neighborhood, not a lot of damage compared to the Tanglewood neighborhood across the street where we saw that tree leaning against the house. We spoke with another neighbor there who had a tree that fell down in front of their house. It was already being chopped up. Contractors are already out there trying to clean everything up. So obviously there's damage here on the northwest side, but our Garrett Berger is out in Bernie, where they are also being affected by the severe weather. Garrett.
We're on South Main Street in Bernie, right at the bridge that you probably recognize. Right over there, if you've gone over it now, you've gone through Bernie, you've probably gone over that bridge. Well, it is closed right now. The streets are wet, there's water running down them, and this is Cibolo Creek running right through the heart of town. You can see just how fast that water is moving. And if you look, there's not much headway anymore underneath the bridge. We were on our last live shot, we were upstream, now we're downstream. I'm gonna just hold on to our man Jared here as he gets a good shot. And you can see all of that water. We're gonna walk out on the bridge right now so you can see downstream and see just how deep everything is. Now, the city of Bernie has told us that they've issued evacuation notices or advised people to shelter in place along the river. Right now, the advice is if you feel safe, stay put, but be ready to go, especially if you're along the river. They say if you feel in danger and you see the water rising, call 911. Right now, the issue is the roads are also very, very wet. You can see out here just how high it is. Right across the creek, that's River Road. That entire road, as we understand it, had been evacuated. There was an apartment complex along there that they have been doing evacuations with. And we got some people out for a walk. Hey guys, you been walking around?
Yeah, we're trying to go rescue my car right now.
What happened with it?
It's just stuck over there. I don't want it to get water reach to it, pretty much.
Okay, what have you seen as you're walking?
A lot of water all over the place. Nobody out on the roads, I guess.
A lot of cops, a lot of ambulances, a lot of cars parked on the side of the road. It's getting crazy.
Yeah, have you ever seen the water this high that you guys can remember?
No.
No?
Definitely not. No, it's been a while since it's been this high for sure.
All right, absolutely. Stay safe, guys. Would advise don't walk through any water. All right, stay safe. Hopefully you can stay dry. Well, they're not going to be able to get dry for a little bit. This is definitely duck weather. We saw them enjoying it upstream, but we haven't heard of any injuries or anything like that so far, but we did hear of at least 2 high water rescues with some stalled vehicles. Downstream, the other crossing over Cibolo Creek, as we understand it, is even deeper. That one was underwater from some pictures that we have seen. We haven't been down there ourselves to check it out, but it is wet. It is fast. It is fast-moving water. And then we know west of I-10, there are some neighborhoods that have been cut off, and Bernie Lake has been at capacity. So all this water coming in, that's just coming right out. It's not staying there. That's not acting as a reservoir. So Cibolo Creek is running fast. Fortunately, at this moment right here, seems like the rain's coming down a little lighter. I'm not in front of the radar, so who knows if that's going to keep up, but fingers crossed, because we really don't want to see this get any higher. But again, City of Bernie advising people, stay in place. Don't be out. Maybe don't take that risk and try to go get your car. Leave that for later. Just stay where it's safe. stay inside, stay dry. We wish we could. And if you are near Cibolo Creek and the water's rising and you feel in danger, call 911. Do not get out on these roads if you don't have to. All right, RJ, Steph, back to you.
All right, thank you very much for that, Garrett, and make sure that you guys stay safe out there as well. So as Garrett just mentioned right there, River Road, all directions there are closed. According to the city of Boerne, they do have a couple of areas that if you do need to find some shelter, that's the Boerne ISD Central Office, 235 Johns Road. And also they have now opened up the Patrick Heath Public Library that is at 451 North Main Street. But again, you definitely want to avoid anything around Cibolo Creek or River Road.
Yeah, we saw a couple of people out there walking while Garrett Berger was going live, and they were going to try to get their car. If you are moving around there, be careful. You could see that high water moving very quickly. And if you're in a situation, Garrett mentioned in his live shot that if you cannot leave your area, you are asked to call 911 because that water's rising pretty quickly. If you are going to Boerne ISD, their central offices, for somewhere to stay, just know that you have to enter off of Lohman Street. So just a heads up right there.
All right, so our coverage of this severe weather event across our area will continue after this break.
Are we headed to? Hey, welcome back. It is 11:50. We've been watching the weather. We have crews all over, of course, Northwest Bexar County where that tornado touched down, and we've also been getting a lot of images from the viewers.
That's right, and let's go ahead and check in with Jaff right now as we continue to follow everything that you guys are sending us. Again, hopefully safely with everything with KSAT Connect. Jaff, what are you seeing?
Yeah, so earlier we were talking to Garrett, and he's in Boerne right now at River Road, that trouble spot. Hunter G. Landis actually sent this in about an hour ago, and if you look at this video, it is pretty terrifying because you see the water is very high. I think this is at the time where the road was still open. But again, he's driving through and you can see right here, it doesn't look as bad, but then you actually look out and it looks like an entire lake is taking place right there in that intersection. But if I click out of this and I hit refresh, obviously you guys have been sending in your photos and we really, really appreciate it because it gives us a firsthand view of what exactly is taking place. There is an updated image that came through earlier of River Road. Again, we want everybody to stay safe when they do take these pictures, but it shows just how deep the water is getting over there and how much you need to be aware of where you're located, how you're taking pictures, and again, when you're sending them in to us safely. All of this in the aftermath of that tornado that we had been covering all day long. People are still sending in their images of what happened and exactly where they were located at, especially some who were on the highway. This right here, this person is saying that she recorded this video while leaving HEB in Loop 1604 in Bandera. This was early in the morning. So again, just imagine how we're looking right now in some of the trouble spots that we are addressing at this point. Obviously, we've been tracking what you've been sending in through KSAT Connect, everything that you've been coming in. We've got Peggy. Thank you so much for sending us your front yard right there, flooding at the intersection of Esser and Herford and Boerne. Look at this picture right here. This one right here, you can actually see where the light the traffic light is and how high the water has gotten there. So again, thank you so much, Christy, for sending that in as well. We're also keeping an eye on our outage map. Okay, so again, CPS Energy has been working hard to get this and get as many people restored as possible. And it's been kind of doing that roller coaster ride. We started off with 40 earlier, then it went down to 30, and now it's back up to 41. We got 3,095 people impacted at this time. So, hey, if you are in the dark, do not fret, because I'm pretty sure they're trying to restore this power as soon as possible. Obviously, we showed how the tornado was going through the highway and hitting a lot of power lines. So if you are able to take a picture and do it safely, whether it be flooding in your yard, whether it be an image of the tornado that we saw earlier, whether it be damage that happened. Obviously, we've been getting a lot of damage from the palladium in different areas in the near the rim area. If you can, send that to us right now, ksatconnect.com, or you can go to our Weather Authority app. You can upload through there as well, but kind of keep us in the know with what you're seeing now that the sun is out, so that we can send it out to everyone else out there so they'll know exactly what their commute is looking like and everything that they need to know to stay safe this morning. Leah, I know you got an update on the forecast right now. Again, it's still pretty busy back there.
Yeah, still has been a very busy morning for us. But like I said, if you can, send us those KSAT Connect pictures. That gives us the best idea of what's going on out there. Lets us see what's going on in your neighborhood, right? So we had Garrett Berger earlier out towards areas in Bernie, and really Kendall County is seeing some of the strongest and heaviest rain so far across our map. We also see a little bit of that heavier rain towards areas just moving out of northeastern Bexar County, going closer to New Braunfels. But I'm going to try to zoom in. And Justin, if you don't mind, will you reset the hand tracker one more time for us? We've seen just a little bit of lightning this morning, and right now all the lightning is contained to that storm closer to Bernie. Thank you, Justin. And overall, it's this cell near Bernie going into Kendall County that has stayed very, very strong. And the lightning count on it right now, just to bring it up, whoa, what happened? The lightning count, to bring it up, has been overall just a little bit not as much as what we've seen with yesterday's storms, and not even compared to as much as what we've seen with some of the earlier storms this morning. Now, all this rain is doing what we call training, right? We're seeing all this activity just continuing to move over areas that have already had rain. And so when you look up to areas towards kind of New Braunfels, Santa Clara, Marion, if we put this radar into motion for us, you're going to see all of this activity is moving from south to north. You know, earlier eastern portions of Bexar County and eastern portions of the metro got that activity, and now it's actually kind of working in a northeastward fashion, going towards Santa Clara and Marion. And so Seguin could potentially catch a little bit of that activity, just the tail end. Maybe potentially it's moving through New Berlin. Seguin could see that. Luling potentially going to get a little bit of heavier rain out there. Gonzales hasn't quite seen as much, but all of this activity that we're seeing on eastern areas is because just these little cells that are fueled by moisture coming up off the Gulf, they continue to come. We don't expect to see too much of a break, because this activity is constantly flowing towards all our coastal areas and then being sent in towards our areas around San Antonio. So I'm going to zoom out quite a bit now so you can see just how much activity is on the radar. And we're just looking at one radar site, and it's looking as high and as far as it can go, right? Because that radar beam, it shoots out, but as it shoots out, it starts to kind of climb up in the atmosphere, right? But we're seeing activity from our radar site in New Braunfels all the way to Waco. From Waco down to areas like Bernie, a little bit farther south, we can see activity going towards Houston. And one good thing here that has been developing this morning is that activity for western areas has been calming down. So this morning we started with lots of rain over Hondo again, in Sabinal and Uvalde, in Concan, Brackettville, Lakey. It was just lots of green and lots of yellow over those areas that just had consistent rainfall. And now it's starting to dry up, starting to back off a bit. So it's drying there. The thing is that all the activity is being sent northward to areas like Fredericksburg, Marble Falls, Bernie, San Marcos, New Braunfels. So
yeah, let me, if I can, I'm not sure if they have my mic turned up, but let me jump in here real quick. I just want to say the gauge along Cibolo Creek, and this is coming from the Weather Service near Bernie, is now showing a stage height of 21.56 feet. So that exceeds the record crest of 19.83, which was recorded at last in May of 2015. So we have a developing situation, I think, there in Bernie, with Cibolo Creek especially rising at extraordinary levels. And if you want to just sort of park it there on Bernie for just a second and talk about the radar, I'll pull up that river gauge for you, because I'm going to have to get you out the hand tracker for just a second.
Okay. All right, yeah, so Justin just gave us an update on that river gauge. Justin, will you tell me that number one more time that we've heard? 21.56 feet in Cibolo Creek. It is an all-time high for that river gauge in Cibolo Creek. And so, again, that's closer to Bernie areas. And Justin, we're running out a little bit of a time here, so we will get an update for that coming up for you. We'll get a better idea, and we'll show you that area that has seen all that rain. But for now, we're going to toss to break, and we'll come back with a little bit more very soon.
A tornado touching down on the northwest side of town this noon, the aftermath and what we expect to see on the radar in the hours ahead. Our team coverage continues this noon. We've got crews around the northwest side of town and across the community in the city of Bernie, as well as we continue with our severe weather coverage.
Thanks for joining us here on the news at noon. We've been keeping you updated since this morning. We had a tornado touchdown, of course, in northwest Bexar County. A lot of damage happening in that area. We've been looking at the businesses along the rim and also a neighborhood off of I-10 de Zavala, even an apartment complex off of UTSA Boulevard. And now we are looking at Bernie, where that rain continues, and Cibolo Creek, kind of just the water levels just going up very quickly.
Yeah, so this is a developing story out there in Bernie and also parts of Kendall County. So let's check in with Weather Authority meteorologist Leah Rodriguez for the very latest as we give you a quick look there at live cam across the city of San Antonio. But Leah, looks like right now a lot of the concentration is going to be for all of our folks out there in Bernie.
Yes, a lot of it is going to be out towards Bernie. Kind of looking from our live cam over the airport, we've seen a little bit of lightning in the clouds. Lightning, not like actual lightning, but it's not looking so dark out there. But what you're looking at right now is a gauge height out in Cibolo Creek, and it has increased significantly in the past few hours. And Justin is giving me some information. Justin, do you want to read off what we've been told lately?
Yeah, so what we're looking at there is the gauge that's at 21.56 feet. If you can hear me now, that is the gauge for the Cibolo Creek, which is at 21.56 feet. That is a new record high. That exceeds the crest of record, which is 19.83, and that was set back in May of 2015. So this is now at record levels. For those who live along Cibolo Creek, you need to be very, very careful here. This is rising at a very fast rate. And of course, if you're familiar with Cibolo Creek, it's just south of Bernie there, and this looks to be starting to be a real problem here, Leah.
Yeah, definitely for sure. And it just the fact that it is rising very quickly. Now, if you've been following us earlier, we were talking to Garrett Berger, who is live and on the ground there in Bernie. And he gave some of the best advice, along with all of our crew, is saying that if you are near a body of water, near a river, and you see that water rising very quickly, call 911. They are going to be the best option to get you out and help you before things get too late. So we're looking over Bernie right now, and there's been a lot of these red areas, these red reflectivities. That's where we're seeing the heaviest rain. And so, I mean, these storms are moving, right? But they're not really moving away. Instead, they're all just kind of climbing over each other. Where it's been raining, it continues to rain. And so just to talk about some of those rainfall rates that we're seeing in areas around Bernie, I need to go to show you that rainfall rate for us. And we see some of these little purple spots. And some of those purple spots is where we have the heaviest rain. So out near Bergheim, about 2.3 inches, closer to 4.1 inches per hour, and moving to the outskirts of Bernie, we're seeing rainfall rates closer to 6.5 to even 7 inches per hour. That's if those cells were sitting stationary, but they are moving. The thing is, they're just, again, moving over areas that have already had continued and repeated rainfall over the past few hours. So if we look over the past 3 hours around those same areas, you see these bullseyes that are popping up in Kendall County. On the eastern side of Bernie, we're seeing these bullseyes that are closer to about 4 inches. Then you go to the western side of Bernie, getting closer to 4, maybe even 5 inches. And of course, all of this activity is along I-10, so that is likely even causing some traffic issues with all this heavy rain that is out there. But I'm going to zoom out now and show you the radar across our entire area that is going on right now, because right now, even though we see some of the heaviest activity towards Kendall County, we do have some heavier activity kind of trailing off towards Medina Lake. I'm going to put this radar in motion over the past hour so you can see again, it's doing this training effect. All of this activity is moving over areas that have continued to see rain, and it is still raining where it is, has been raining for the past 2 hours, maybe even 3 hours. We're seeing more development areas out east, east of Bexar County, like Luling and Gonzales, even down to Yorktown. These are all new cells, not necessarily filled with lightning and thunder because they're so fresh, but they just continue to work their way inwards from the Gulf because there's so much Gulf moisture. It is just feeding not only those little cells, but it is feeding our whole low pressure system entirely. And that's what we're seeing, a lot of rain through hill country areas. So throughout the day, we've been tracking rain and rivers downstream, but with all this activity up for northern areas in the hill country, now we're going to be monitoring those river gauges upstream as well. And for a few of these rivers, like the Nueces River and the Frio River, we've seen increases throughout the morning. But talking about those rivers, I'm going to throw it over to our Weather Authority meteorologist, Shelby Bertowski, where she's going to give us the latest. Shelby?
Leah, thank you. You guys have been awesome covering everything back in the station. We have been out along Highway 90 since Monday, keeping everyone informed along that had that heavy rain. Today, it's a little more upstream, and we even have video of this morning along the Leona River and the Leona Creek, especially near Uvalde and north. We were seeing all of the boats, we were seeing the helicopters, we were seeing the people hearing them possibly needing to get rescued, and that's a big concern. The wave and the speed of the water is continuing. Even if it's not raining where you're currently at, just take a look at the creek behind me. We are still seeing the rain upstream, and the river and the creek that we're at is still moving. This creek has receded exponentially compared to what it was just 24 hours ago. But we are still seeing the flow of the river continue to be fast and continue to move up. And this is a common scene we have seen not only here just to the east of Sabinal, but also along the rain. So we're continuing to keep everyone posted. Remember, if you don't have to drive, please do not. These waters are very fast moving. But now I'm going to send it back to the other Weather Authority meteorologist who is out and about, Sarah Spivey, talking about some of the tornado damage we saw earlier today. Sarah?
Hi, Shelby. Yes, we are at the rim, and here's the thing. There is extensive damage from the rim, from the entrance of the rim through the Palladium, through the Tribute Apartments, and where we are right now is at the Marshalls, which is one of the stores that has had the biggest damage. First of all, you can see that the signage has been ripped apart by the tornado. The lights behind the M are showing, and then the H is completely gone. We've actually seen them move the H away. It was way across the sidewalk there, and we're actually seeing pieces of the sign all around this area, in addition to the fact that there are trees. Now, I want to show you just the strength of this tornado. As we go toward the entrance of the building, you can see that the doors were ripped through, and then as we look at the interior wall of these doors here, as you go into the Marshalls, it's been pushed inward, which shows the strength of this tornado. You know, around tornadoes, you get circulating air, you get partial vacuums, and then lots of wind that moves through as well. You can see how the parts of the lighting and the ceiling were ripped off as well. We did talk to somebody in the Marshalls who said they were working, they were setting up before they opened, and all of the workers were safe. They were able to go into the most interior part of the store, which is what you're supposed to do whenever you have a tornadoes, go into interior room, and they were safe. Another thing I want to mention is the businesses to the side of the Marshalls are barely touched. You know, we've got the Saks Fifth Avenue, we've got the rack, and you can see just how concentrated this tornado damage was. You know, you hear that a lot. A house or two down has extensive damage and the other house doesn't. Look at the light up here. You see how the light is popped off? Well, you go 2 lights down and the lighting fixture is intact. Similar story over here as we look toward the Lifetime Fitness. The light right here near the Marshalls is popped off, but the other light is totally intact. We've also got trees that are uprooted. And you can kind of see the direction. It went from the entrance of the Palladium through the Palladium toward the sternworks. So we're seeing a ton of damage at the rim. We've already seen people cleaning up. It's going to take a while for them to clean up. Again, this is I grew up in San Antonio, come to the rim a lot. It's staggering to see this amount of damage in San Antonio. From the rim, I'm meteorologist Sarah Spivey.
Thank you, Sarah. Yes, it is shocking to see all that damage out there. Those trees uprooted, the damage right there along the store with the, basically the whole wall pushed in. So definitely a lot to see, but we're glad to hear us right now.
Yes.
No injuries reported so far.
Definitely some scary moments there. Do want to remind you that in about 5 minutes or so, we have a scheduled press conference. The City of San Antonio District 8 Councilwoman, the city manager, will be discussing the tornado that touched down in that part of the town. So stand by for that, and we, of course, will have live coverage of that for you.
Yeah, we'll keep you updated, but for now, we'll take a quick break.
taking a look outside with live cam, and things have quieted down around San Antonio, around the airport too. You've seen some dark off in the distance, a little bit of rain, but overall, not too bad as to what we've woken up to this morning. Things are starting to lighten up, but I want to show you the radar right now. I'll take a little bit closer to Bexar County and areas like Bernie, Bulverde, seeing some of that heavier rain, and New Braunfels and Schertz also seeing some rain. But I want to show you, with all this activity that we've seen, our aquifer is going up. It's already risen about 1 3/10 foot today, and there is still plenty more to come. I'll have that coming up after this.
All right, it's 12:14, and we have the city of San Antonio giving an update on all the damage that we have in the area.
We're going to start off with Chief Rosto to give you an update on what happened this morning and when it happened. We'll transition to Frank Almendarez from CPS Energy to give you an update from their perspective. Councilwoman Mesa Gonzalez is here to talk about update the public on if there are additional needs, where you go to get assistance. And then we'll wrap up with Chief Schoenborn from UTSA to give you an update on UTSA and what they're doing with impacted students. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Rosto to provide the first update.
Good morning, everybody. Chief Rosto, San Antonio Fire Department. I wanted to give you an update after this morning's weather event. Early this morning, we did experience some severe weather, including a confirmed tornado that touched down or did some damage on the northwest side of town. At approximately just before 8 o'clock a.m., the San Antonio Fire Department responded to 6023 UTSA Boulevard at the Oasis Building A for a non-vehicle entrapment. That was due to reports that a roof had been torn off of a building. At this time, we have confirmed damage is limited to that one building. It's a large portion of the roof was torn off, and in total it affected 3 units on the 4th floor. We are grateful to report there are no injuries associated with that structure. Responders also investigated reports of possible entrapment at an apartment complex that is located at 5810 Worth Parkway. And that apartment building was actually under renovation. It had some scaffolding set up. So in either case, we conducted a thorough search, which was all clear, no injuries. There is damaged scaffolding and structural concerns which need to be evaluated to ensure everyone's safety. Additional damage has been reported throughout the affected area, including commercial properties at the rim and other nearby locations. Much of the damage consists of storefronts, roof damage, signage, a lot of debris, and downed trees. So public work crews and utility providers were working together, removing debris and addressing hazards throughout the affected area. Residents, we are encouraging you to use caution around fallen trees, down power lines, and as we continue our efforts to clean up. Although the immediate threat has passed, our crews will continue to monitor conditions. We are watching the weather very closely, and we encourage, again, you to stay away from damaged areas, use caution around any downed power lines and unstable structures or objects, and report any emergencies to 911. Thank you.
morning, everyone. I'm Frank Almaraz, Interim President and CEO for CPS Energy.
And if you're just joining us now, our feed is going in and out. We'll check back with it.
Restoring power to those customers. And in the process of making
Okay, we are hearing right there from CPS Energy official. Earlier, we heard from Chief Frausto about the event that happened this morning, saying that a tornado did touch down. They did check out 3 units that were affected at an apartment complex off of UTSA Boulevard. That roof, of course, as we had shown you with a report with Erica and Katrina, was completely torn off that structure. Let's check to see if we're going to get some audio with this CPS update.
Okay, so you do see that the audio there continues to go in and out, but again, Chief Valerie Faustro with San Antonio Fire Department. We, of course, are going to be listening to this and taking down some notes and updating our website, ksat.com. But real quick, they did say they had an entrapment at one of those buildings there in the 6,000 block of UTSA Boulevard, that apartment complex. But fortunately, there were no reported injuries, despite the fact that they did have to respond to an entrapment there. And obviously, she did mention all the damage over by the rim, a lot of the front of stores there damaged, scaffolding at another building that was under some bit of renovations over by Worth Parkway. So just a lot of damage out there on the far northwest side.
She did remind people, if you were out and about, just to be careful with the downed trees and downed power lines in the area, and in fact, also the damaged structure. So a lot to look out for, just to take caution. But the immediate threat is over, but we are still seeing some rain in some of the areas. So let's go ahead and check back with Leah.
Looking at the fact, there we go, we're still looking at plenty of rain around the area, and it's actually triggering a flash flood emergency out in Bernie. So what we've been seeing is that there's just so much rain that is going through that area, and it continues to go through there. So I'm going to set this in motion over the past hour for us, and we're going to see, look at this, all that red, those higher reflectivity is just heavy rainfall, and it's just moving over the city of Bernie and the surrounding areas, and it hasn't stopped in the past hour. We can look over the past 2 hours potentially. Let's stop it first, and then we'll look over the past 2 hours. Look at all that we've seen, had just been having Bernie get a continuous rain, and heavy rain too. It's not even the green stuff that we have around it. It's that very heavy rain. Now, we do see a lot of green on the radar. That's the steady rain, the slightly lighter rain, but it is Bernie and Kendall County that is being blasted with all that activity. More activity has been developing towards eastern areas like Cuero, Stockdale, Floresville, Seguin, New Braunfels, even Beeville, seeing a couple of spotty showers. It's just spotty activity that has been developing from the coast. All this spotty activity.
District 8, many of our neighborhoods, including the areas around UTSA, the Rim, Camp Bullis, Crown Ridge, Hills and Dales, and the Dominion experienced significant damage as a tornado and severe weather moves through our community. While the damage is substantial, our focus today is on our residents, supporting those affected and restoring service.
Way, and then you have all this activity out here kind of moving almost in a northeastern fashion. So while many of our areas down south have cleared up, we have our eyes peeled towards the north because there's just so much green out there. The kind of one thing that we're seeing out of this, although it's hard to tell because our radar could be overshooting some of this activity, it's getting lighter in the sense that it's going from yellow to green and green to that light green. So in our best estimate of what we're seeing, hopefully this rain is essentially getting lighter and not dropping as much, such high accumulations over time. But I'm going to pause this and let's talk about what we've seen over the past 3 hours, kind of getting out of our late morning hours. A lot of that rain up towards northern areas has been building up. So if we look towards Johnson City, some of those accumulations closer to 2 inches, Blanco closer to about 1.5 inches. But then we start getting into Kendall County where they are having that flash flood emergency that is taking off. And over the past 3 hours, we have these 2 bullseyes, one in areas east of Bernie, and then we have another one in areas west of Bernie. Both of those getting close to 4 to maybe even 5 inches. So I'm going to move in here. Let's just really focus on the city of Bernie right now. Right there, all that we see is a lot of activity that is, get the map to stop moving here. Oh my goodness, this system has been used all morning long. I think it is starting to tire out for us. All right, Justin's going to try to give me an extra hand here.
And while we're doing that, I'm not sure if my mic is up. Real quick, I did want to let you know that in Bernie, it is Cibolo Creek, it is Ranger Creek that has been really problematic. It has cut off access to some neighborhoods. Several roadways in Bernie have been closed, which you've said, and those businesses and homes along River Road have also had to move to higher ground. So they are saying if you need a place to go to stay safe, dry, you can go to Bernie ISD Central Offices. That's at 235 Johns Road. But yes, the developing situation, as you said, Leah, there in Bernie with this heavy rain.
Yeah, and Justin, can you check me? Is Bernie one of the first places that we've heard had to have these evacuations kind of take place?
You know, it's interesting because we've had so much heavy rain out west, and there have been some, I think, some evacuations and folks moving further away from some of the rivers like the Frio and the Sabinal. But as far as a populated city here, this is kind of the first that we're hearing of that, which is interesting considering how much rain we saw out west. But I am hearing reports of folks having to be rescued from their cars and those sort of things. So if you are in Bernie, please do be so very careful.
Yeah, definitely heed the warnings. Call 911 if you see that water rising. That's going to be your best way to get out. It's okay if you have to be rescued by boat. That's probably going to be the safest way out right now with things unfolding with how much rain has already fallen in those areas. Now I want to show you the flash flood risk that we've had today. Yes, we were very concerned about areas west where they have that level 4, but then you take a look at Kendall County. They're looking at kind of that 3 area, that level 3 risk. So just because you're in these lower risks doesn't necessarily mean that you're good to go. You're not going to have this flooding rain. Look at the situation that we have unfolding in Kendall County. It's a good reminder. Everyone needs to be alert with this rainfall. While it does appear that things are starting to slow down for at least half of our area this afternoon, we still anticipate more rain to come. Even if it doesn't come in the afternoon hours, it's going to become in the evening hours, in the overnight hours. And it is worse to see flooding overnight because it becomes even harder to see ahead. Now I want to show you, let's just take a look at the past 3 days with the rainfall and the aquifer. If you kind of look around Bexar County areas, we've seen these estimates closer to about 3 to 6 inches just between Bexar County. But zoom out and focus pretty much across a good stretch of the I-35 corridor and then go west. As you go west, there's areas above the aquifer that have seen 12 to even 14 inches of rain in total combined over the past 3 days. Now, when you look towards areas up towards I-35, they're getting closer to about 2, 3, 4 inches falling over the aquifer. And when I showed this graphic early this morning, if you look towards those areas near San Marcos and New Braunfels, they only had maybe 1/10 of an inch, close to an inch that had fallen over the aquifer. So we are seeing some good accumulations today alone. And then the rest of this is factoring in those past 3 days where majority of our rain activity has been kind of in this area west and now starting to move into into portions of the hill country. But let's take a look at the future cast. One thing I'll say about this is that our computer models are doing their best because with the movement that we've seen from these storms, it's been different from what we even anticipated from yesterday evening. It's been kind of changing throughout the morning. Even the fact that we showed up to work and weren't exactly expecting a tornado because we just were so focused on how saturated the atmosphere is going to be. We were more focused on the flooding threat, but there was enough of activity and energy in the atmosphere to see that tornado. But we'll come back. We'll give you more update on the developing situation out in Bernie. I'm going to toss it back to the anchors.
Thank you very much for that, Leah. So let's go ahead and go back to that press conference being held by the city of San Antonio and some more updates that we're getting from them.
An emergency loan or supporting with additional housing, then we'll work with them specifically as well. But we'll have our space open as long as we need to support the Red Cross. We still have to assess who's being displaced and if they're associated with the campus or not. But we're going to support through the shelter anybody that needs help.
I would like to add one item is at the affected apartment complex on UTSA, we have gathered people's belongings, put them in the center to cover with salvage covers to protect those belongings as much as possible. We do anticipate additional rain, throughout today and possibly the next several days. But just I wanted you to be aware that we're, being proactive about that. We've also called out Development Services, who has, been able to do a building assessment to assess for any structural instability.
What was the other address, the 5810, the apartment complex at Scaffolding?
Yes, it is 5810 Worth Parkway, which is at the rim.
And there were no residents in there, it was just the construction work.
That is correct. It was actually a building that is under renovation. So the scaffolding was what collapsed, and we did a primary search, and it was all clear.
How long do y'all expect to clean up the waste that just happened? A ballpark time?
Are you talking the debris cleanup, the Oasis apartments? It's hard to say because we already have crews. Cleanup is already underway, but we are ensuring that we take photographs and, be cautious about down power lines, things like that. So I can't really give you an exact time frame on that. Sorry.
Do they have running water right now in the Oasis apartments?
No, sir. That I know for a fact that building, the water was shut down.
And it's going to be shut down until further?
Yes, sir. But the entire building is evacuated.
One other thing I'll add to that, solid waste crews were out there this morning to coordinate with the apartment leasing agents to provide the cleanup. There are a number of trees that are down in that area and some debris. So we're working to do that. That building sustained some pretty significant roof damage, so it will be some time.
We're continuing to hear that it might continue raining throughout the night and into the morning hours. What is your message to folks, either out on the roads or just in the debris in the area?
Yeah, well, several of the speakers mentioned them, and we all just got another flash flood alert during this press conference. So obviously more weather is coming, and we're encouraging the public to pay attention to those notices that come out, be thoughtful about where and when you have to be out, and keep an eye on the weather. We're hoping that obviously west of San Antonio is getting a significant amount more rain than we are, but we're still in the position where we're going to continue to be getting rain at least through today.
Do we know how many units were evacuated? I know it sounds like unclear how many people were displaced yet, but do we know how many units in that entire building?
There were 56 units, and 52 of them were leased. Not all of them were occupied.
And is VIA working with anybody getting them out?
So the fire department did call VIA this morning early because it was still raining to get those folks out of the elements. That was the only assistance I'm aware of that VIA was requested. Look, as this continues to develop, we'll give you all an update at the end of the day, but obviously we are focused on the damage assessment and the cleanup, to be honest with you, and making sure that people are aware of the weather and as we go throughout the day. All right? Thank you, everybody.
And if you're just joining us now, you are just hearing the end of a press conference that San Antonio City officials were giving us an update on the response to the weather events this morning, especially that tornado that touched down in northwest Bexar County. We did hear from Chief Frausto about their efforts as well and about going into those apartment complexes where the roof was torn off, one in the rim area and the other one off of UTSA Boulevard. It looks like there was no injuries, so that is the good news so far.
That is, and And we had to cut away from the press conference, but Dylan Collier's out there for us, and he has been giving us some information. 10 to 12 students have been displaced due to the damage there at the Oasis Apartments. They are getting assistance from not only the university, but the American Red Cross there as well. We also got a chance to see a little bit of a councilwoman, Ivalis Mesa Gonzalez. She said that a lot of neighborhoods in her district suffered some pretty significant damage, and that a lot of the damage was as far south as De Zavala Road, which we saw some of our crews at earlier this morning, and parts of Hausman as well. So just a lot of activity there, damage on the northwest and the far northwest side.
All right, stay with us here on KSAT 12. We'll keep you updated on the air and online.
Welcome back to the news at noon. We have a developing situation in the city of Boerne where we have the creeks and river levels there that have risen pretty fast.
Yeah, those water levels there at Cibolo Creek and Ranger Creek getting pretty high. And of course, our Garrett Beringer has been there all morning, and we're going to get the latest for him right now. We can see, oh my goodness, that water behind you, Garrett.
Yeah, this is Cibolo Creek behind me, South Main Street and bridge. Though right now it is barely above the water. This is about the highest we've seen it this morning. Looks like maybe 1.5 feet at some points over in the middle. That water is almost coming right up to the concrete. So this creek right now, swollen with all this rain that we have been getting pounded with, not just here in Boerne, but also upstream. Now, Boerne has been telling people that if you're a resident along the river, they've been advising people to get to higher ground if you feel it's safe to do so, because the roads, they are also pretty wet. A lot of water cascading down the hills. We're splashing through puddles. I've been soaked all morning. There is no way to be dry out here. You can check out the bridge over here. You see the water on that. That's from running down the street. So if you are near one of the creeks, you can try to get to higher ground if you feel safe to do so. Now, they said otherwise, stay in place. Don't get out on the roads. The roads are a mess. stay where you are. But if you are near a creek and the water's rising and you feel in danger, call 911. All right, we have heard of at least 2 high water rescues with some vehicles. We've heard that they're rescuing people out of the apartments downriver from here along River Road. This is a very, very wet day. We're seeing lots of ducks out here. They're about the only ones who are enjoying it. Well, maybe not the only ones. We talked with one guy who's pretty excited to see all this rain, but obviously I don't think anybody wants it this much. And we were talking with some Amazon delivery drivers. They're having a hard time getting around. Right now we're seeing them parks because there's nowhere really for them to go. We're also seeing, we're going to turn around right over here, Jared. If you look back this way, the city is closed off the bridge. There's no traffic, but they've been turning people around. We had seen a lot more traffic. It seems that more people are staying home right now, and they've realized that they shouldn't be out on the roads. But you can see the water gushing down. Now they have opened up a shelter if you are displaced because of any flooding. That's over at the Boerne Central ISD Central Office. That's going to be on Johns Road. You're going to take it from the Lohman Street exit if you're heading over there. We haven't seen really anybody out traveling too much. We've seen a few people walking around, but the roads are starting to clear out as people are staying home, which is, of course, the right thing to be doing if you are in Boerne. If you feel you're safe, stay where you're at. If you don't feel safe and you're near a creek and you see that water rising, call 911. Right now, it's just kind of shelter in place and hope that this rain stops at some point because it is going to be a very, very wet day. Live in Boerne, I'm Garrett Berger, KSAT 12 News.
All right, Garrett, thank you for that live report. And even as he's reporting live, you can see the situation behind him changing very quickly earlier, just with the Cibolo Creek just rising so fast.
Absolutely. So some record levels out there at Cibolo Creek and parts of River Road there as well. That's going to be also part of State Highway 46. Definitely an area that a lot of our folks out there, the Hill Country and folks in Boerne, know well about. So let's check in with Leah Rodriguez right now, our Weather Authority meteorologist, for the very latest out there in the Hill Country, Boerne, and the rest of our area. Leah?
Yeah, thanks, RJ. So we've been looking through all our KSAT Connect photos, which thank you again for sending all that in. But we're taking a look at this one picture that was sent in by Lisa Sita, if I'm saying that correctly. She says City of Boerne Road closure. This is Highway 46 and Herf Road, 780. 06. And so if you take a look at this picture, first there's a box truck that is sitting in this water. That water is almost near the hood of that box truck. Then you take a look and you see the traffic lights. Look how high that water is on those traffic lights, and somewhere under all that water is a road. It's hard to tell where it is, and you just see some of those street signs off to the side. So this just gives a great idea of what the situation is over there in Boerne and why we have that flash flood emergency unfolding. And of course, as Garrett said, call 911 if you feel that you are no longer safe. That is the best way. And even as Garrett was wrapping up his live shot, we saw a police officer unit closing off the road and people still trying to get through until they see that officer unit saying you cannot pass anymore. So let's take a look close to Boerne out there. Let's take a look at what we're seeing. It's been a lot of heavy rain, and I'm going to actually play this out for as far as we can. That is over the past 3 hours. Take a look at these reflectivities, the very high reds. Boerne has been sitting in high and heavy rainfall for at least the past 3 hours. Look at how much of that rain is going over there. I'm going to pause it very quickly. We're going to take a look at kind of what the rainfall rate is around Boerne. And it will kind of give a good idea as to what we've seen that's been falling around Boerne over the past 3 hours. What we've seen with those rainfall rates is getting into that purple area, 4.7 inches, nearly 5 inches, almost 3 inches, almost 4 inches per hour. So if that snow is just sitting there, we would see about 3 to 4 inches falling in an hour. But instead, they're all going south to north. So it just means that that heavy rainfall is just tracking over Boerne as it has been for the past 3 hours. Now let's look at rainfall rates over the past 12 hours. We've got a very large bullseye that has set up over Boerne once again. So if you take a look, some of these totals that we've seen over the past 12 hours around I-10 and Bernie, we're looking at totals about 6 to potentially up to 9 inches of rain in some areas. That's why the situation has unfolded so quickly and so dramatically. Now we'll go a little bit closer to Bexar County now, because we have one other bullseye that's been set up out towards Schertz and Selma. And if we take a look at kind of what we've seen there over the past 12 hours, we have seen rain totals getting close to 7 inches. Closer to China Grove, not as bad, but closer to 2 inches over the past 12 hours. And I'm going to show you the whole map here, just to show you that all the rain that we've seen in the past 12 hours has largely been contained to areas west of Bexar County and areas north of Bexar County. And the reason for that is because of the way our activity has been moving this afternoon. So I'm going to go to our western radar because I think it gives a better idea of what that low pressure system is doing. And I'm going to put it into play mode. We'll just look at this over the past hour just to see its motion. You can see that rotation once again, and we saw some rotation yesterday, but it is just doing the same thing again today. I'll switch back over to our San Antonio radar. I think this gives a fuller picture. There we go. So this radar is actually closer to New Braunfels, and you can see that from its tail down here closer to the coast all the way to the hill country, there's a little bit of this turn. You can kind of see it turning a little bit, right? That's our low pressure system, and it is just sitting here. And it's sitting here because we don't have any steering flow aloft to drive it off. So it's sitting here, pulling in all the moisture off the Gulf, and it is having this long tail of showers that stretches from San Marcos all the way down to Victoria and Port Lavaca, not to mention all the other activity that we have over the hill country so far. So it's been a lot of rain. We expected a lot of rain since as far as last week, but now we're really seeing the effects today. And if we look up here towards areas like Burnett, Georgetown, Round Rock, and Killeen, that's how far this radar is seeing that can see all this activity and how far north it's stretching, likely stretching farther, but it could be that our radar is no longer seeing that. So, so much activity that we have been seeing, and I want to show you just again, let me show you our setup that we've been looking at. Again, we've got these two disturbances that are just sitting here. There's no steering flow aloft because the heat high has been sitting up for northern areas, bringing dry and hot weather up there, but instead down here, all the moisture that just constantly flows in off the Gulf finally is being dropped out of the air and put back into the ground. I'm going to show you our future cast to kind of walk you through that we're not necessarily done with our activity. It looks like this future cast is a little bit older, so we'll go to something else. We'll talk about our flood risk that we've seen today, because even though we do have these high levels, maybe the latest update came in we've been so busy that we have just all our models have just been updating, and we haven't quite been able to keep track with it with all the activity that we've been seeing. But I'm just going to show you that we do expect to finally get a break once we get later into the week. Now, it's only Wednesday. Things are starting to wrap up for the rainfall. We still expect to see a little bit more rainfall again tomorrow, hopefully not quite as much, and then we'll be looking at a little bit of a drier pattern. But we've got more coming up. Stay with us. We're going to take a quick break.
But the rain's going to come back tonight, it looks like, with a vengeance again. So I would urge.
Well, welcome back. It's 12:47, and of course, we keep you updated on the weather around our area. Of course, we had the tornado touchdown northwest Bexar County. That rain's really picking up in Bernie, and we're keeping our eye on Uvalde as well.
That's right. There were some reports of some high water rescues that were taking place in the northern part of that county. So let's go to Madeline Lambert. She was there earlier covering a press conference for us, and she has the very latest out there in Uvalde. Good morning, Maddie.
Hey, RJ, that's right. We've been hanging out here in Uvalde County, and we're standing along Leona River right now. It just started pouring rain on us, but go ahead and take a look at what it looks like here. Earlier this morning, Uvalde officials say more than 30 people have been rescued along floodwaters in Uvalde County. And still this morning, they are actively rescuing people. I mean, just take a look at this flooding that's happening here. We are near downtown Uvalde, right across Memorial Park, right next to the Civic Center downtown. We're still seeing a lot of flooding waters here in this area. Now this morning, they did say everyone has been accounted for at that time. That was around 10 a.m. And they did evacuate campers at Camp La Quita just for safety. Now officials say Frio River is swelling while Leona River is flooding. Go ahead and take a listen.
But the rain's going to come back tonight, it looks like, with a vengeance again. So I would urge caution. Right now, we have that storm setting north of us this morning, so the rivers and lakes, the rivers and the creeks are going to be coming up, and they're going to be coming up again with a vengeance.
Now, back out here live, I want to show you more about Leona River. Just take a look down here. That is supposed to be a roadway. That is East Nopal Street that is completely closed. But also all right here, this is Rotary Amphitheater. There are so many events that take place right here on the ground. There's supposed to be 4 levels of seating that is completely flooded, as you can see. And it just started pouring rain moments ago. Now, officials say the rain is supposed to continue, as we know. And of course, if you do live in the area, please be careful. Uvalde police say residents around and near Leona River are being asked to evacuate voluntarily. They said they will close Highway 90. They're not sure what time yet, but we do know Highway 90 is expected to be closed soon. And also, as the whole community is going through these floodwaters, we just want to make sure you all are very careful. All right, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break at this time.
Okay, we're looking at your latest rain development right now, just looking at Bexar County. It's been quiet out there for most of us around Bexar County. We're starting to see a little bit of, just a couple of showers starting to pop up around southern sides of Bexar County, closer to Elmendorf and just east of Somerset. So those could be working into the downtown area momentarily. But again, all focus is towards Bernie, where they have the flash flood emergency in effect. They have tried to get people to evacuate, but for some cases it might be too late. So just call 911 if you need to be out of an area that is quickly flooding very quickly. I've heard that there's also been some voluntary evacuations out near Uvalde. In general, there's not a lot of activity for western areas. It's been drying up. Most of the activity again this afternoon has been moving north and eastwards, and you can see that low, that counterclockwise flow over areas like Fredericksburg and even down to Kyle, San Marcos, really. Between I-35 and I-10 is where our heaviest portions of rain are located. So this morning we were tracking river heights for areas down west like Frio and Nueces, the Sabinal rivers. Now we are tracking creek heights. And so we'll be talking about more coming up after this.
Well, thanks for joining us here on the news at noon. We've been trying to keep you updated about the situation in Northwest Bexar County. And if you're still traveling out there in Bernie, please be careful, and also in the Uvalde area.
That's right. And we have all the very latest information on ksat.com. Also follow our KSAT Weather Authority app to get the very latest updates on the severe weather that's been making its way through our area. Be safe, everyone.
Can you tell? No, you cannot. Oh, jeez. Okay. There we go. All right, y'all, I'm gonna do this real quick. All right, 3, 2, 1. Hello, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Here we go. Let's do it again. All right, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. What in the world? Ugh. Okay, let's try again. All right, 3, 2, 1. I gotta further freaking fit. Oh! I don't understand. Like, what is happening right now? 1, 2, 3. Do you see what I'm dealing with?
Yes. Do you need us to roll on it and you do it just like a normal weather?
I'm starting to think so. Let me see if this is gonna work. Yeah, yeah. I don't know why it's doing that.
You want to do it at the wall?
Sure. And then if you roll on it, how do I get it so I can put on the?
I'll put it in Premiere. Is that cool? Can you grab it from Premiere?
I can ask somebody to help me grab it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Go to the wall and I'll.
Okay. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Weather Authority meteorologist Leah Rodriguez. We're going to give you your afternoon update. So let's talk about what we've seen with rainfall totals over the past 2 days. We're going to start by just showing you that, again, this is an accumulation over the past 2 days. So right now there is a flash flood emergency for Bernie. And when, really today is when we've seen a majority of that rainfall. But when you put it all together, they've seen nearly a foot of rain out near areas towards Bernie. Areas like Hondo have seen close to maybe 8 inches, Sabinal closer to 12 to 13 inches, Concan close to 10 inches and a foot up in some areas. And then you look towards northeastern Bexar County. We've also seen accumulations getting close to 10 inches out there. So we have seen a lot of rainfall in just the past 2 days. And of course today was a day where we have seen a lot of rainfall targeting not only western areas, but areas up north. Take a look at your radar right now. A lot of our heaviest activity as of about